Do this, that, and this. Alrighty, let's put this here. Put that there. And we'll move stuff around. There we go. Alright. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, okay. How are you, Gustavo? All right. Hopefully everybody's doing pretty good. So, how's everybody in the chat here today? I see a few people start trickling in and stuff, so should be all right. Hey, Diego, how are you? I'm doing pretty good, my friend. Evening, Ivan, how are you? It's been a little chilly out there today, but it's not too bad. Greetings, Techno Chicken. How are you, my friend? Put some, there we go. Sanitizer. You're doing great. That's good. That's good. Nice. As you can see, I have made some drastic improvements to this stream. So I made a lot of changes behind the scenes over the week, and I think we are at really good optimum level. Hey Jay, how are you? So you can see that your comments come out a bit faster, and now I'm streaming at 1080p. So hopefully it won't, drop the signal no more. I didn't have any problems in my other classes the other day, so that was really good. So, crossing my fingers, this is going to go well as well. I suspect it will. So I think that we're going to have less hiccups than we've had in the past. So that's going to be a very positive thing for us moving forward here for the remainder of the semester. So just want to get kind of good quality stuff there, good quality things. All right, about a couple minutes away from getting started here today, so okay. All right, good stuff here. Ready to go there. Oh, it should be all right. Oh, okay. Got it. Ooh. Well, we'll wait a few more minutes here, and we'll get people in. So. I hope you guys had a wonderful Labor Day weekend. What'd you guys end up doing? You guys there? Oh, math homework. Chilled and grilled. Woo! Hey yo. That's what I'm talking about. Chilling and grilling. And some homework. I know, man. Some math homework. Don't worry though, you're probably in really good shape, so we'll wait for yes, let me get that. Miguel, I'm gonna whisper you something. Hey, Miguel. Hey, Sis. Sent you a little whisper there, Miguel. What I do? Well, I was working on this stream to try and get it to be more efficient. That's what I was working on. And some other paperwork. But mostly working on this stream here. So I can get it back to, I can, well, get it to a point where it's going to, you know, be better. I wasn't very happy last week with the performance, so I'm like, I need a lot of tweaking to do. Tweak, tweak, tweak. Lots of tweaks. All right. Think it's enough time there. That's okay. Uh, okay, let's go ahead and let's get started for today. Welcome back to Wednesday. All right, the only time we're meeting this week because Monday was Labor Day, but today, let's talk. We're going to be finishing up chapter 4 here today. We've been doing sections 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. We talked about ratios and proportions at the beginning of chapter 4. So, in relation to ratios and proportions, we'll be also covering here today percentage problems and applications of percentage problems. And if we have time, I'm going to go ahead and start chapter 5 here as well. Just note here, once we're done with chapter 5, I'll be announcing the test after we're finished with that particular chapter. So if I don't suspect I'll get done today, but I probably will get done next class, next Monday. So more than likely, hey, thank you, Diego. So more than likely, I'll be announcing a test here, not for next Monday, but the following Monday after that. So that's probably the timetable if we finish chapter 5 on Monday. If we don't finish chapter 5 on Monday, then I'll make the announcement on Wednesday, and the test will be due a week after that. I should make a note here, very important here for everyone involved, so it makes it extra super extra clear. Okay. So I'm going to make a note here right away. The test here, the test due date will only apply to people in the 8-week class. Okay, if you're in the 16-week class, this due date does not, for the test, does not apply to you. Okay, I will have a due date for that later on. So you'll get some extra time certainly before I announce the due date for the test for you guys. So you don't have to take it right away. You can if you want to. It's your option, but I will be moving the due date for that back a bit further until in a more appropriate time, just to kind of keep pace with what we're doing in the class. So for 16 weeks. All right. Are there any questions about that? Again, just type no in the chat if you have no questions, or again, ask a question. You can type out your question if you need to. Hey, dying towel. Thank you very much. No. All right. If there are no questions, I'm gonna go ahead and get started then. No problemo. All right. So today we're gonna start with section 4.3 here. Now section 4.3, by the way, is very short. It's a very small section, mind you. So section 4.3 talks all about talks about percentages. All right, so this talks about the basics of percentages. Now most of you have seen percentages in some shape or form. So for example, we have 13%. Okay, so you've seen this before. This shouldn't be anything brand new. But again, another way, there are a couple other ways to reflect percentages. So let's talk about that. Another way to reflect, say, 13% would be, another way to reflect this would be, say, 13 over 100. And if we actually did the decimal out, if we divide 13 divided by 100 on, say, a calculator, then this would be equal to 0.13. All three of these guys here are equivalent expressions. And we're going to want to manipulate certain problems here into one of these three expressions to some degree. And that's what we're effectively after. All right. So let's talk about first and foremost here. We'll talk about. So we're going to convert percentage to decimal. Okay, so that's the first thing we'll talk about here. So if we convert a percentage to a decimal, what we're going to do is, let's say we have, we're going to move so that, I guess I'll put down the key here, sorry. Key, move the decimal place over 2 spots to the left, okay? So for example here, if I took 13%, the decimal point would be right here on next to the 3 on the right. Then I just move 1, then I just move 1, 2, and then I get the 0.13 that you can see right here. That's how we effectively change 13% over to, again, 1, 2. That's effectively how we get 0.13 to be equivalent. All right, let's look at some other examples though. Let's see how others work here. So just really quick here, some quick simple examples here about, so in the chat there, go ahead and answer this for me here. What is 26%? What is 26% there? How can I express 26% as a decimal? Again, You may have like an error in chat, so put 0 point and then the decimal. Yeah, it's just it's kind of weird how the chat works there. So yeah, there you go, perfect. 0.26, nice. All right, let's do another one real fast. How about 3%? What's 3% as a decimal? That's okay. That's why I asked the question, because it's a common mistake. It's a common mistake, Techno. Yeah, 0.03. Yeah, that's why I always put this example. So give you a reminder, be like, you're always moving 2 to the left. So the first thing people say, oh, it's just 0.3 because I'm just doing this, but you got to move one more spot, and that's why you have this 0 here, just in case. Let's go ahead and do another one, though. I think another one's in order here. All right, how about 4.25%? Just do the same thing, Techno, right? Start with 4.25, right? The decimal's here, so you move 1 over to the left and then 2. So you're going to have 0.0425. So Ivan's correct here. So again, the decimal place would be here. You move 1, 2, and then that's how you get the 0.0425. Again, another way to kind of do this, if you want to see this for yourself, is that you can plug that in the calculator there as well. You can do, jeez, that's what happens when you eat Korean food. Good Korean food though. You take 4.25 divided by 100, and you'll see you'll get 0.0425 there, if we're taking that percentage. All right, any questions about that so far? No? Okay. No questions so far? All right, we'll move on here. Let's go backwards, okay? So let's go to converting a decimal to a percentage. All right, so what's the key here in this spot? Well, just like what we had from before, we're going to move the decimal place over 2 spots, but this time to the right, okay? So we're going to move 2 spots to the right. So what exactly is this going to look like when I say 2 spots to the right? Let's take a look. If I have this, all right, so this is my decimal number here. So the decimal space is right here. Here's the decimal. And I'm going to move over 1, 2. So the decimal should go right here between the 2 and the 5. So that'll net me 2.5%. Okay. All right, let's try another one. Okay, let's try another one. So how about 0.375? What would that be as a percentage? Good. 37.5% is correct. Nice. Okay, let's try another here. Let's try 5. What would 5 be? would 5 be here in this case? Hmm. 5%? Not a bad guess there, Ivan, but not quite. Remember, the decimal point is here to the right of 5. That's pretty close, Techno. Very, very close. Getting closer. Yes, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. 500%. That's right. So as a whole number here, remember the decimal point is to the right of the 5. That's where we're going to start from. But if I move 2 spaces over, technically I have 2 zeros. I have an infinite amount of zeros here. So I move 1, 2, and that's how I get 500% here. So some, in normal terms, right? When we actually are, kind of speaking, we say, oh, well, that guy's got like 5 times the amount of money than this guy does, or whatever. That factor of 5, you just multiply by 5. But another way to kind of reflect that multiplicative factor of 5 is to say it's a 500%, say, increase compared from one person to another about the amount of money that they have, for example. So that's another way to kind of reflect that here in this instance. So I wanted to put that one because, again, you might see numbers like that, and you have to be like, oh, okay, well, that's actually 500% and not just 5%. So there's a little bit of trickiness there. I won't deny that, but it's not as bad as it may seem. So okay, any questions about that? No. Okay. All right. Okay, so these two concepts here, converting from percentage to decimal or decimal to percentage, these are two of the main concepts here. There is one more concept here in reducing percentages to their lowest terms. I'm not going to focus on that too much, but really quick, if you want to lower something to its lowest terms, it's not so bad. So for example here, you take 2%, say like 2% milk, and if you want to convert this into a fraction, you always put that percentage here above 100. You can use your calculator to reduce fractions on your calculator here, or you can just do it manually if you can. And then this will be like, say, 1 over 50. This is something we are not going to use too often because we're just more interested in kind of the application parts. So there's not like a huge. That's why I'm not putting this as a huge deal, because it's not really honestly that big of a deal. We want to be able to apply these percentages in some form or capacity. So I'm not going to stress on this. I'm just basically going to kind of skim this over. So all right, let's get right to it though. The next section, which is section 4.4, which talks about percentage problems. So let's take a look at some percentage problems, and we're going to talk about some of the keys here for what we want to do for percentage problems. Now, if there is a keyword here in this particular section, what's the keyword here in this case? Well, the keyword here, surprisingly, is the word of. If you see the word of, all right, then what of means in math language anyway is of means to multiply. Okay, so if you see the word of, that represents multiplication. Okay, now you're probably saying, well, how is this going to be applicable? All right, let's look. I'm going to type out some examples here, and we're going to see exactly how of fits into how we can interpret a short word problem. It's a very short word problem. So let's say I said, okay, what percent of 25 is 16? Okay, so here's an example problem. I got this from the book. It says, what percent of 25 is 16? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to break this down kind of piece by piece, okay? So that way we can interpret this fully and set up the entirety of this, small word problem. So how am I going to do that? Well, let's go through this very carefully. All right, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put little brackets here around what percent. Anytime we have a blank or a what or just like what number or what percent or blank, okay, basically that's kind of an unknown quantity. I don't know what percent of 25 is 16. I need to figure that out, right? That's the whole point of the problem. So at this point here, what percent, I'm going to label that with an X. Okay, so that's an X. What percent is going to be reflective of X? Okay. Next, we have of. And as we just mentioned a second ago, of means to multiply. So we're going to multiply. All right. We have a number here, 25. Simple, straightforward. Now comes the next interpretation. We have is. Is in math language means equals. So I'll put this with the other keyword here. All right. So I'm going to put equals 16. Okay. So effectively, here's what I've effectively done. Now I can rewrite this just a little bit, though it will mean the same thing. I can have 25x equals 16. That's what I have here so far. Okay. Are there any questions about this part here? No. Okay. Now, let's have you guys answer this question here. I need to solve for x. Okay, that's our goal here. So what should we do here? Well, how can we solve for x? What should I do? Okay, I agree, Diego, divide. But divide by what? Okay, very good. Ivan, Diego, very good. That's right. So that's absolutely correct. We want to isolate x, and we want to divide by 25 on both sides. So I'm just going to write it like this to reflect that I'm dividing by 25 on both sides. Okay. Let's talk about the next part here. Now we did indeed isolate x. Perfect. That's exactly what we set out to do. No problem. Now, let's look on the calculator there. All right. We have 16 divided by 25. All right. Now in this case here, we do want the decimal. Okay. We absolutely want the decimal here. So note here, we want the decimal. Okay. So what's 16 over 25 as a decimal? $16 divided by 25 as a decimal. 0.64. Good. All right. Now, Now that we got the decimal, remember what we did, what it asked us, we said, okay, what percent? So now we need to convert this decimal into a percentage, okay? Because the original problem asks us what percent. So what we're going to do is we're going to, again, we're going to convert into a percentage since that is what it asks us to find, okay? All right. So, yes, perfect. Great job, Techno. That's right. 64% is correct. So let's put a couple of notes here. Note, convert back to a percentage if necessary. And I'm going to put another note here, another note number 2 here. So the second note I want to put down here is convert all percentages to decimals if doing calculations. So if you're going to be doing calculations of any variety, we want to convert all the percentages into decimals. Okay, so that's going to be rather important for what we're going to be doing next. All right, so that's why I put this second note here, because for the setup for some of these problems, it's going to require us to do that. Let's take a look at a problem where that possibly is the case. So let's do another example here. Okay, so 45 is 12% of what number? Okay, so 45 is 12% of what number? So, first and foremost here, we have to set up this problem. All right? Can anybody tell me how you would set this problem up? 45 is 12% of what number? How should we set that up? Let's go through this step by step if you're not sure. All right, let's look at the first part here. We have 45. What's it? All right. We have 45 is, well, that's close, Miguel. Almost. We just need to do a couple of things here. That's close though. Let's think of it this way, all right? We have the word is next to 45. Yeah, okay, equals, all right? So remember, is means equals, as we talked about before, all right? So we're just going through this kind of one word at a time. That's all we're doing. So we got 45 equals 12%. Okay, so we put 12x. Think about it this way. Look at our second note here. This is very important. If you're doing calculations, you have to convert all percentages into decimals. So that's why I'm not putting a straight up 12. I actually have to convert that into a decimal first before I do anything with that calculation. So can you tell me what would we get here for 12%? What would 12% be reflected as a decimal? Yeah, that's right, Ivan. Very good. So we have 0.12 times x. Okay, that's the biggest difference here. The biggest difference here is that it's not just 12, it's 0.12 and not just 12 because of that second note that we have to convert all percentages to decimals if we are doing a calculation. And that's how it's going to go for a lot of these problems. So a lot of these problems here are going to, well, pretty much 99% of these problems that we'll do is going to ask us, hey, convert these over to convert these percentages into decimals, and then go ahead and work with them. And that changes the dynamic of the problem too, because then the answer to this problem here is going to be a little bit more realistic. I'll show you the difference here in just a sec. Well, we'll see the difference here in just a second. Okay, so this is how we set up our problem here. If your stream freezes, the stream hasn't frozen. So if the stream freezes, just hit F5 to refresh. I don't see any issues on my end. Nope. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it'll do that. So if you're having issues there, yeah, just hit F5 to refresh, and you should be good to go after that. It could very well be the connection. I don't know. But I know I've been doing okay for my stream here, so. Okay. All right, so we want to solve for x here. So what do we do? How do we solve for x here? Divide by 0.12, okay, correct? Okay, so let's divide by 0.12 on both sides. Oops, should need that division symbol there. That's correct, Techno, absolutely right. All right, so on the calculator there, we're doing 45 divided by 0.12. What do we get as our answer here? All right, 375. That's right. Okay, good. Okay, think about it this way. If you had just tried 12, 45 divided by 12 it would be, say, 12% of like 3 point something would be, 12% of 3, 3 point something is 45, which makes no sense. So that's why we have to use 0.12 and not 12. If you actually did 45 divided by 12, you would see that that answer just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So okay. Let's go ahead and do another one here. Which one I want to do? You know what? I'll do that as a last one there. All right. Okay. Next, we're going to go ahead and do some application problems here. So let's go ahead and do some application problems. This is going to be on page 236. So starting on page 236 in the textbook here. So okay, so here we have page 236. We're gonna pick some. We're gonna go ahead and pick some random word problems here, and we're gonna go ahead and see exactly what we're working with. So let's take a good look here at. Okay, here we go. Let's look at number. Yeah, let's look at number 12. Number 12 is actually one of the more interesting ones. So let's look at 12. It says Jiffy Print needs to produce 4,000 error-free copies of a brochure. For this type of run, there is usually a 2% spoilage rate. What is the minimum number of brochures that should be printed to ensure 4,000 good copies? So we want to ensure 4,000 good copies, and we have a spoilage rate of 2%. So how do you think we could solve for something like this? How do you think we could solve for that? This one's a little tough, but the reasoning behind it is actually not as bad as you think. $4,000 times 0.02. Okay. 4,000 equals 0.02. Gustavo says the same thing. Okay, 4,000 equals 0.02x. Okay. Now, all of those are very, very good ideas. All right, so Ivan, Diego, Gustavo, those are all very, very good ideas. It's just not quite there. Not quite there. You guys are pretty close, but we're forgetting one important key factor here. Okay, so we're forgetting one important key factor here. So let's think of it this way. Somehow, some way, all right, we need to produce 4,000 error-free copies. All right, so if we run, again, if we run this, right, if we want to ensure we get 4,000 copies, okay? That's what we want, 4,000 good copies. All right, that's what we want at the end of the day. So to ensure that, we don't know how many that needs to be printed. All right, that's the part there that needs to, at least we should understand. So, and get this here. Give me just a second here. I'm blanking on that. All right. No, that's not right. No. That's definitely not right. Okay. All right. So we get this guy here. All right. So we're gonna set it up this way. So we're gonna have, we want 4,000 copies. So 4,000. So with the spoilage rate here, we want to figure out here how many is 2% of 4,000. So actually, Ivan, I apologize. You did get that correct. So we actually want to multiply here with 0.02. This is going to tell us what 2%, how many extra copies we need to make in order to ensure we have 2% spoilage. Because I want to make 4,000 plus a certain amount of brochures, so that way I can throw those away because they somehow got printed wrong or they smeared or whatever. Now, if you multiply these, we get 80. We get 80 here. Then we take 4,000 plus the 80, and here we want 4,080 copies. So in this case here, we want to figure out what was 2% of 4,000, and then add those extra copies there to cover the spoilage rate in that case. Any questions about that? Nope. All right. All right, let's look at another one. Okay, let's try another one. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, not that one. All right, let's try this one here. Yeah, I'm going to try number 9 here. If an 8 by 10 photocopy is enlarged to 120% of its size, what are its new dimensions? Okay, so we take an 8 by 10 photocopy, we enlarge it to 120% of its original size. What are the new dimensions here? What do you think we'll need to do for that problem? What will we do for this problem here? Okay, that's right. So first and foremost here, that's right, Ivan. First and foremost here, 120% is equal to, as a decimal, correctly pointed out as 1.2. Then, since we have the dimensions here, again, 1.2, remember we moved 2 spaces to the left, 1, 2. Okay, if we want to convert it to a decimal. Then we take each dimension here, as correctly pointed out. We're going to multiply 8 by 1.2, and we'll also multiply 10 by that factor of 1.2. And let's see what we get here. So 8 times 1.2 is going to be 9.6. And if you do 10 times 1.2, you get 12. So your dimensions here will be 9.6 by 12. Okay. Take the square inch area, increase it by 120%. You say, let's take a look at the problem here. That just talks about the new dimensions. Yeah, image quality aspect ratio. I won't disagree with you, Bink. I don't disagree with you at all. I know. But if you wanted to maintain that, yeah, it's like blowing up a picture to make it bigger. It's all good though. The point's valid though. The point's valid. It's all good, man. It's all good. There any questions about that last one there? The Bink is like, do the CSI thing, If you zoom in on a really blurry camera picture, suddenly it gets sharper, and then you can see everything. Magic TV shows, let me tell you. Can we increase the resolution of this very, 144p camera? Suddenly it comes in HD if we zoom in. That's exactly how life works. Yeah, makes no sense. Like, you got this terrible, terrible camera, like in detective shows. You got this terrible camera, you could barely see anything, and magically it switches to 4K resolution or 8K. You're like, how does it do that? How can you read how can you read a license plate that looks like a blur on the screen that's 50 feet away from the camera? Like, come on, you gotta be joking, right? I mean, if science, I know the the magic of television. Because apparently that can happen in real life. I agree, splitting pixels and stuff, but you gotta set it up that way. Can't have a. Oh my gosh. It always made me mad when I was watching detective shows. Is like, how does this happen? It's like I've never seen that before, and I don't think anybody's seen that before. All right, let's try another problem here. All right. Let's see here. Which one do I want to do? That one's pretty easy. All right, here we go. All right, so let's look at 23. 23, a chain store plans to reduce its workforce by 4%. If there are currently 18,600 employees and 126 of them retire voluntarily, how many additional employees must be laid off? Okay. So, what should we do here? Yeah, I'll do that next. How can we set this problem up here? How would we figure out how many additional employees need to be laid off? What do you think we should do here? I need to... Okay. Well, that's close, Ivan. So you have that a little bit backwards there. All right. So we actually want to figure out in the totality of the company. We want to figure out how much 4% is. So you almost had that right there, Ivan. But yep, Bink's right here. So we got 18,600 times the 0.04, again 4%. That will tell us how many people we need to either lay off or have them retire, give them their severance packages or whatever. Okay, so this first part here, we're going to have 18,600, and we're going to multiply that by 0.04. All right, this is going to tell us, this is the first part of the problem here, that's going to tell us how many people need to be laid off or retired, all right, in order to enact our, let's say, corporate restructuring plan or whatever. All right, now if we multiply those two together, 18,600 times 0.04, hey, coffee, thank you very much. Uh, if we multiply 18,600 times 0.04, what do we get here in this case? So let's just do that first part there. So we plug that in the calculator there. 744, perfect. So I need to make sure 744, excellent. Very nice. Now we want to reduce it by 126 because 126 people said, "Nah, I'm out. Give me my severance package, and I'll be on my way." So 126 said, "I'm out," and so we're just going to subtract by that 126. And what do we get as our final result here? 618. All right, good. 618 people will be laid off then. All right, questions about that? Oops, I actually didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one. All right, there's one more I want to do in this particular section here. Got it? Cool. All right. I know there's one more in this section I want to do, so let's do that one. It's on this next page here. All right. Okay. So let's take a look here at number 28. All right. Number 28 says an independent mechanic purchases parts from her distributor at a 20% discount from the retail price. She then makes part of her profit on the repair job by charging her customer 15% more than the retail price. If the 20% discounted price for a set of brake pads was $75.20, what is the price that the mechanic will charge her customer? Okay, so this is kind of like profit taking essentially. You get a reduced price on, say, buying a bunch of wholesale parts, and of course, then taking labor and a profit margin on top of that. That's what essentially most businesses do to some degree. So, all right. So let's see how we can go ahead and met this problem out. Okay. Now the key part here in this problem is, I'm going to kind of show it off here for just a second, then I'll move over. The key part here is, if you take a look, it says the retail price. So she gets a part at a 20%, she gets the part at a 20% discount of the retail price. Now, if you take a look here very carefully, this is where context matters. We talked about how word problems and context really matter. It says the 20% discounted price was $75.20. So do understand, the $75.20 is not the retail price. Okay, so all right. That is the sale price that she got after applying the 20% discount. So what we need to do is find the retail price of the part, and then add 15% to that in order for us to see how much she's going to go ahead and charge the customer. Right. So let's take a look at how we can do that. Okay. So we said 20%. All right. We want to take a look at how. Yeah, I don't want to be famous either. I'm kind of ugly, so yeah, it doesn't help if that my lack of charisma. You know, it's not helpful. We'll get to that in just a second, Pink. Yeah, just gonna do this kind of one step at a time here. All right. So if we want to find the retail price here, so let's talk about how we can get the retail price. So the retail price is going to be the discounted price, which was $75.20. All right, plus the actually I should say minus, pardon me. Yeah, plus, sorry, plus the markup. I should say, No, you know what? I'll do it this way. I don't know why I'm doing it that way. So the sale price is always going to be the original price minus the discount. So again, for any sale price, if you go shopping or whatever, again, the discount is always going to be the original price times times the sale percentage in decimal. Okay. So we're going to use this idea here about what the discount means. The discount is always the original price times the sale percentage in decimal. So the way it's going to work is it's going to work like this. We're going to take 75.20, that's the sale price of the part. Now we don't know what the original price is, but what we do know is that what we do know about the original price is that it's an unknown quantity. So we're going to call that X. All right. Now I'm going to subtract this by the discount. And the discount here was a 20% discount off of the retail price or original price. So that's going to be 0.2 times the original price, which is X. Okay, now the reason why I'm going to show it this way specifically, even though you know that's potentially corrected, the reason why I'm going to show this here is because we're going to look a little bit later on about how kind of like terms work and whatnot, and this is a good introduction about how we can manipulate algebraic expressions. So this is one of those problems just like it does serve a double purpose here, and why I kind of want to show things in this manner here. So it kind of does a little bit of a double duty. Now the way it works for like terms is that if you see I have 1x and I have minus 0.2x. So all we're going to do is we're going to keep the x the same. So the way like terms are, and we'll expand upon it once we get to that section, but it's very simple. They both have an x in it. We're going to keep the x the same. But all we're going to do is we're going to take 1 minus 0.2. And what's that going to be? So we got 1 minus 0.2. All right, very good, right? 0.8. So we have 0.8x, all right? And then we're just going to proceed to do the same thing that we did before and divide by 0.8. Okay, now on the calculator here, let's do 75.20 divided by 0.8. What do we get there for x? All right, 94. Very good. That's right, 94. So the retail price for this part is $94. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, we're going to take 15%. We're going to mark that up by 15%. Okay, so we're going to take $94. All right, so all we're going to do here, simply put, is we're going to take, because she's going to add a 15% profit margin of the $94 part here, we're going to take 94. We'll multiply that by 0.15 for the 15% profit margin. Okay, and let's see what we get here. So what do we get here in this case? Okay, that's correct. $14.10. And then we're just going to take that $14.10 that we just found here and add that to the original $94. Right on, Toaster. Oops. We'll add that to the original $94. And what do we get here in this instance? If we add these two together. Okay, $108.10 is correct. So she's going to charge the customer $108.10 for the part. Any questions about that? Again, type no if you want me to move on, or type out your question if you have one. No. Hey, turtle. No. Okay. Great. All right. Good. So that is that's pretty much the end of section 4.4, but we still have more to do with percentages here. So we're going to look at the last section here of chapter 4. Yeah, these sections here go a little bit faster, but some of these are special applications of percentages. Now, percentages, by the way, percentages is something that I think everybody has seen at least, has at least used at least once in their life. Percentages is used quite often in a lot of things, such as we already know, shopping and things like that. All right. Percentages, such as special applications of percentages used all over the place when it comes to obviously money. Let's talk about one thing in regards to that. Now, I'll do some examples here for sure. That's really not too much of a problem. But I'll show you an example here about. Well, actually, let me get a yes or no in the chat here. I'll ask you guys a question here really quick. So, have you guys ever kind of driven around the city and see one of those check into cash places or title loan places? Has anybody ever seen those before? Yeah, you may have seen them around town. Common is like checking to cash, maybe one of them, or Title Max, I think is another one. There's a whole bunch, maybe in and around the areas that you drive around, and they're kind of are sporadically everywhere. Now, one thing that those places like to do is to use percentages in their favor. Now, you're probably saying, well, exactly how does this work out? Let's look at a scenario about how that actually works out for some of those places. Now, the way it works in a special application where you could say, okay, when you go to one of those places, basically you're getting cash up front. Maybe some emergency happens. So those places are made for people who have emergencies. Maybe a sudden car bill came up, maybe a sudden medical bill came up. Maybe you're paying for, unfortunately, maybe a funeral cost or whatever. Any one of those. And of course, you need the money right now compared to when you wait for your paycheck. So of course, you say, hey, can I get like, let's put a scenario out there. Let's say let's say you need $1,500. All right, you need $1,500 now. All right, for emergency bills or whatever. All right, now you go to this place and they make you fill out some forms and whatever, and they say, okay, no problem. We'll give you $1,500 now, but you have to be able to pay us back. You know, let's say, let's say you have to pay back let's say $1,700 in let's say 2 months. Okay, so let's just put it out there. Let's say they give you 2 months to pay back $1,700. All right, so they're going to take a cut of the profit of $200. Right, they'll give you some time. Right, you'll get your next paycheck, and then you can give them some of the money there, and then over the course of 2 months you'll be able to pay down that $1,700. Okay, seems pretty reasonable, right? Seems very, very reasonable. Okay. Okay. Now, the way that a lot of these systems work is they work off of what's called simple interest. All right. Now, simple interest basically is saying, all right, it works off of a formula. It says A equals P times 1 plus RT. Where, let's say, I'll just go ahead and label this here. A is the ending amount, or how much you owe. P is the principal. Principal meaning how much you borrow, or in some cases deposit. R here is the interest rate, and T is time in years. Okay, so we need $1,500 now for our emergency expenses. We need to pay back $1,700 in 2 months, and we are following this simple interest principle here with these definitions, as you can see right here. Okay, so what I'm going to show you is exactly underneath this particular simple scenario, okay, exactly how much interest we're going to owe after 2 months, okay, underneath this plan. So let's take a look at our particular numbers here. Now, the amount we borrowed here, let's take a look here. What's our ending amount? How much do we owe? Oops. So what would A be here, according to our problem? What would our ending amount be here? Okay, very good. That's right. So A here is 1,500. So I'm just going to go ahead and define some of these letters here. A is 1,700, sorry. My bad. I put that the opposite way. P would be, what would P be here in this case? How much did we borrow? $1,500. Okay, so we borrowed $1,500. All right, we're given an extra 200 back. Okay, so not so much of a big of a deal. Now, the tough part here, and I'm going to fill this part in, is time T. The time we borrowed here. Remember, this is 2 months. But time is always in years, okay? So that's actually important here. Context means a lot here when it comes to a formula. We have time in years, but we have time here reflected in 2 months. So the way we reflect 2 months in terms of a year is we're going to go ahead and put 2 over 12 to reflect 2 months out of 12 months, since 12 months is a year. So putting that in a yearly context, 2 out of 12 months. So if we set this up properly, here's what we're going to get. Okay, we're going to get 1,700. Maybe I'll put that on the next line now. We get 1,700 equals 1,500 times 1 plus R times 2 over 12. Okay, that's what we have here so far. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to take this 1,500, I'm going to multiply it by both terms. So on this right side here, I'm going to have 1,700 equals 1,500, 1,500 times the 1. And if I take 1,500 times 2 over 12, let me do that out. I'm not sure off the top of my head. All right, so I'm going to get 250 here. So I get 250R. Okay, that's what I get here next. All right. Now, let's take a look at what happens next. We're going to go ahead and actually, why don't you guys tell me? I need to solve for r here, right? That's what I need to do. So a little bit of beginning algebra stuff. How am I going to solve for r? What should I do next? What do you think? If you remember from your algebra days there. It's okay if you're not sure. It's just kind of like seeing how much you guys know before we actually get into the algebra chapter back in chapter 6. So. Yep. All right. Spot on. Okay. So subtract by 1500 on both sides. That's correct. So we get 1700 minus 1500. That's 200. Equals 250r. All right. Now what? All right. Now what happens? What should I do to solve for r here? Divide both sides by 250. Right. All right. All right. Spot on there. Okay. So let's do that on the calculator here. That's right, Gustavo. All right. So let's do that on the calculator. 200 divided by 250. What do we get for r here as that decimal there? .8, okay. So 0.8 is equal to r. That's correct. Now let's think about it this way, okay? Now, you guys have said, we just did this out, we said r is equal to 0.8. Remember, r here reflects the interest rate, all right? And remember the interest rate as a decimal, okay? So if we were to convert 0.8 into a percentage, what would that be as a percentage? What's that as a percentage? That's correct. So, to pay back 200, oh, that's close, 80%, because you have a, so there you have a 0.80. So that's why it's 80% there, Miguel. We actually going to move that 1, 2 to get 80. You can multiply by 100 there if you're not sure. Just take 0.8 and multiply it by 100, and you'll get 80% there. So as you can see here, you're paying back just $200 in 2 months. Okay, so not so big. You know, in your mind, that's not such a big deal. You're paying an extra couple $100, and they're taking it, taking it as profit off the top, and then you call it good. But in reality, you're getting charged 80% interest for that actual loan. And that's what these places will do to you. So those, title loan places, those check into cash places, they're going to charge you an exorbitant percentage of interest just to have you borrow money from them. That is why you will, if you're broke, and you have no money and you're desperate to get cash, never go to those places anyway. You're better off being broke than you are walking into one of those places and being indebted them forever. Because 80% interest is absolutely abysmal. And it could be worse. It could be hundreds of percent. It could be hundreds of percent. So basically, it's legal predatory loaning is basically what these places are. So even if you don't have money, never walk into one of those places. It's a bad idea all around. you will get taken to the cleaners and then some. So this is a way where percentages can certainly help you make an educated decision. I hope this makes an educated decision for, you know, never walking into one of those places like ever. So yeah, it's a big ouch. I will agree with that. Big ouch, big oof. It's pretty brutal. So yeah, you should never walk into a check into cash place or a Title Max place. Those places are, by the way, if you've ever seen them, they're very small and very easy to pick up and move. They'll actually do that on purpose. So one of the things that they like to do is there was a Title Max place actually down the street from where I live. It was on the corner, and they then what they did is they basically moved out and they up and moved over maybe on like Irving Park Road, maybe like a few miles away. You know, that's borrow from me, right? But I'll give you a favorable rate, that's for sure. But what they'll do is these places are pretty dangerous, and what I mean by dangerous is not in the terms of like unsafe. I mean more in the lines of these places will move like a few miles away because what they do is they supplant themselves around, say, a lower income neighborhood, so they get more desperate people to come in. And once they're done sucking that neighborhood dry, they'll pack up shop, move a few miles away, and rinse and repeat the process. And that's how these places just continually make money over and over and over again. Like, it's pretty disgusting. They're like leeches on society. It's awful. So you don't want to ever walk into one of those places. Just stay away. And a percentage is a good way to kind of showcase that. You can borrow money from me, man. No problem. Okay. All right. Any questions about that? We'll move forward, but I felt that that was an interesting example nonetheless. Yeah, 260. Okay. No. Okay. So I'm gonna move on here to page 261 here. So okay. So let's look at some more examples here. I mean, if you want to listen to the Gorillaz album, you can. That's fine by me. I mean, it's your computer. You could do what you want, Babaco. Their first album's really good. I won't deny that. All right. Can you let me borrow $4.99 for the new Xbox X? The question is, how can you earn it from me? I mean, I could buy like yeah, borrow $4.99. Remember what this class is for: educated decisions. I can teach you how to make $4.99. This I can do. As a mathematics professor, I can teach you how to make $499. That's possible. I can show you how to make $499 in a single day. Just like I did today. Well, how much did I make today? I made like 2,700 bucks today. Yeah. So it's like it's possible to make $499 in a day. I thought I've showed you guys, right? Haven't I shown you guys before? Am I going crazy here? Yeah, I showed you guys my option stuff on Tastyworks. Yeah, so I made 2,700 bucks today. Yeah, that was my I made a good bet. It's worked out just fine. So all I have to do is monitor the market all day. It's pretty easy. No, not 27,000, 2,700. 2,700. Why are you flexing on us? I'm flexing because I would like you to flex with me. I can show you to be in the same situation. Um, I hope I'm going to buy more of Tesla. Let's wait and see about Tesla there. Tesla right now is in terms of Tesla, in terms of their valuation price, it's a little bit high. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Really, is really what I'm looking towards because tomorrow is actually pretty important because tomorrow and Friday we'll see if it takes the bounce, if it it dips down and then bounces back up again. We'll see where Tesla is. Tesla may go up back to $400, but I'm not sure yet if there's a complete market correction that's been made. I mean, we had like 3 really awful days, like 3 or 4 really bad days of trading. So it went down very sharply, but how much more needs to be given back, I'm not sure yet. So I'm still kind of on the fence about Tesla because it's still very volatile. So if you buy the stock outright, though, if you want to buy the stock outright, not just the options, if you want to buy the stock for Tesla, I will say for a fact that Tesla probably is a very good long stock to hold for like years. So if you're going to buy a stock that can last you a long time that you could just hold on to and get more and more value out of, I think I think Tesla is an excellent stock to buy for a long-term investment. And that's because you have Elon Musk not only making cars, but he does the SpaceX and the Solar City stuff. So he's got his hands dipped in a lot of different places, and he could make a lot of money from different sources, which is very positive for a company like that. So I mean, I could flex, but the thing is that I would prefer that you guys join me instead flexing, so you guys can make just good money too. You know that's important. I'd rather share the information. That way you could be just as you can hopefully be just as independent. That's important. This is true. All right. Big baller. Big baller chips. Yeah. Mm, them guns. Them them guns. Whoop whoop whoop. Hey, I lost a lot in those 3 days too, so don't get me wrong. I took a huge hit. So I took a huge hit those 3 days that we went down. So it didn't come without a price either. So you gotta take the good with the bad though. So you can't complain. You just have to not be as emotional about it. Okay, let's take a good look here at a couple more problems here for sure. All right. All right. So let's look at this here. Let's look at the manufacturing question here. The pressure in a hydraulic line increases from 40 psi to 55 psi. What is the percent increase in pressure? Okay. All right. So what is the percent increase in pressure here? So we increase from 40 to 55 psi, and we want to find the percent increase in pressure. Now, the way to do this problem here, let's talk about this one. This one here is actually a rather important problem. Even though it looks really easy, it's easily confused, and that's kind of what I want to talk about here. This kind of goes back to our sale price, okay? So remember, like our sale price here, I'm going to kind of copy paste this here. If we talk about a sale price, we talk about the original price minus the discount, okay? So we can certainly talk about that. Hello, cursor. Okay, there you go. But also in conjunction with that, we can talk about the other side of things, which is to mark up the price. So in the markup price is pretty similar to what you see up above here. It's going to be the original price, but in this case, plus the markup. So the markup price here is going to be, again, the original times the markup percentage. Let me see what that is. Yeah, what's that? Yeah. Fun fact. Here's a fun fact about markups. Fun fact. The average movie popcorn is marked up by 1,275%. So that's a little fun fact about percentages and where that's actually pretty useful, where it can be useful. That's why whenever you go to a theater, if you go to a theater anymore, that is, the average movie popcorn is always marked up by an exorbitant amount, typically over 1,000%. So that's how they make most of their money in those theaters, of course, as you know, from the refreshments that you get if you're going to watch the movie. They always mark it up by a ridiculous amount. So one of those things that's certainly helpful. All right. Well, let's take a look here at in our case. We have our markup amount here is 55, and our original amount here is 40. And then we're going to add by the original, which is 40, times x. Okay, so this is how we're going to essentially set it up. We're trying to find out the markup percentage here. So we have 55 equals 40 plus 40x. All right, just like so. All right, and the reason why we want to set it up this particular way is, again, we take into account the original amount or original price, which was 40, and then this would be 40 times whatever the percentage is to get the extra. Looks like 15 to get the 55 overall. So let's go ahead and figure this out. So get minus 40 here, minus 40 here. Okay. So we have 15 equals 40x. We'll divide by 40. Okay, on both sides. All right, can anybody tell me what we get here for x? What do we get for x? We'll do 15 divided by 40 on the calculator there. Okay, 0.375. Oh, oops. What did I do? Oh, okay. Okay. And what's 0.375 as a percentage? What's 0.375 as a percentage? All right, good. So a 37.5% markup there, a 37.5% increase, I should say, is what we got there. Oh yeah, another fun fact: the bookstore usually charges a 30 to 60% markup for most of their goods. So just letting you know about that. Uh, yeah, the bookstore always charges 30 to 60% more. So the college makes money on top for your financial aid. Devils is always in the details. I wouldn't suspect it would be. There is a difference, though. I will tell you the difference here, Ivan. The difference is that if you went through the bookstore, you owe for those loans with the interest after you're done with school. Whereas if you pay it yourself off of Amazon, you don't owe that money once school is over. So you get kind of like, if you get the financial aid, it's good. And I'm not sitting here and saying it's bad. Of course, it definitely helps. It helped me when I went to college too. So no question. But yeah, the understanding is that um, you also take that second hit of owing interest, paying down your student loans once you're done with the school stuff. So you get charged a little extra from the bookstore there, which I'm not a big fan of, but obviously I like to be as cheap as possible, much like you guys. So I need to be cheap, save money, that sort of deal. Okay, let's do another one. All right, let's look at this one here. Chris paid for the initial expenses in setting up her upholstery shop with a bank loan for $39,000 for 5 years at an 8.5% annual interest. What total interest will she pay? Okay, so this is one of those problems where we kind of alluded to it when we did the Title Max places, but I'll be a little bit more precise about this. So for 24, it says, well, how much would you pay in equally monthly installments was part B, but let's focus on part A here. All right, how much interest will she pay? Well, there is an interest formula here. And so interest is equal to principal times the interest rate. Again, actually, let me put this over here. Interest rate is in decimal. Times time in years. Okay, so this is I equals PRT is a um, pretty common formula that's used for interest. And so in this particular case, that's what we're going to be using here in order to find out how much interest that this person owes for their let's see, for their bank loan. 39,000, 5 years, 8.5%. All right, so principal here is going to be 39K. All right, we have a time here. Time here is 5 years. And our interest rate here is going to be 8.5%. Okay, first things first here. What's 8.5% as a decimal? What's 8.5% as a decimal? Remember, we got to put these percentages into decimals so we can calculate with it. All right, nice. 0.085, right. So remember, another way to write this is 8.5%, okay? And we're moving that over 2 decimal places to the left. So again, 1, 2, and we indeed get 0.085% here. All right, so just be careful, not 0.85. 0.85 would be 85% interest, which would be, well, and make everybody sad. But 0.085 is not great, but still it's something. So, okay. So let's write down our calculation here. So on the calculator, we're going to put 39,000. It's our principal. Interest rate 0.085. And then we're going to multiply that by 5. And can anybody tell me what we get here? Guess I'll put this for... Anybody give me an answer for this last part here, real fast? 16,000? That seems a little high there, Ivan. So that's a bit high for the interest there. Maybe accidentally put 0.85. Try that one more time. Oh, well, maybe that's true. Holy crap. Bad. I thought it was actually less than that. Well, fooled me on that one. Jeez. That's actually higher than I thought. I was doing the mental calculation. Oh yeah, 8.5. Oh, right. It is 8.5%. It is a pretty ludicrous amount. Oh, well, got me on that one. Good. Good. All right. Okay. So that's letter A. That's how much interest that that she'll pay. That's a lot. That's a lot of interest. That's pretty crazy. Okay. If she paid monthly installments, equal monthly installments for the full 5 years, how much would she pay? Well, we're going to take the 39,000 here for us. We're going to take the 39,000. We'll add it by the 16,575, which is the interest that this person will owe. So in total, they owe $55,075 for the totality of the loan. Then we're going to divide it by 60. Now the reason why we're going to divide it by 60 shouldn't it be just 0.85 for the interest? No, because it's annual interest for 5 years. So the important part here is that every year you're actually adding on interest. So you're adding on interest every single year. So it's not just like 33.15. That's for like it's not like 33.15. That's 1 year's worth of interest, but you're doing that for 5 straight years. So because you're doing that for 5 straight years, that's why it's 33.15 times 5. So the time there is actually rather important. Eight and a half percent is pretty brutal. Yeah, exactly. So I just want to justify him. He's like, hey, where'd you come up with this stuff? I'm like, oh, no, I swear I didn't pull it out of my butt. It really is here, right? It's really here. Okay. We're gonna oh yeah, right. We have to divide by 60 here because we have 60 months. Okay, so again, all right. So if we divide by 60 here, so $926.25 is what we would owe every month if we made equal payments. Any questions about that? No? All right. One thing to understand here, though, is albeit this example talks about simple interest, is this realistic if you take out a loan? No. This would not be super realistic in terms of taking out a loan. If it was a simple interest loan like this, yes, this would actually be correct. But if you're taking out a loan like a mortgage or something, that actually works off of a completely different formula. Um, and the payments, while they are equal, they're not dispersed equally. So, for example, here, if you had a mortgage of $500, all right, if you had a mortgage of $500, it's not true that $250 goes toward paying off the loan and 250 goes to paying off the interest. That's not how mortgages work. So that's one thing to understand, is that mortgages work off of a different principle called amortization. So the first half, when you owe the loan, you'll actually pay more in interest than you'll pay in principal, and then the latter half of the loan you'll pay more in principal than interest. That way, the banks make a profit off the top right away when they give you the loan. That's their incentive for giving you the money. So, uh, yeah, simple interest and like mortgages and stuff, and like those are again two different formulas, two different things. So, just letting you know that there is a difference there. Any questions about that? Hopefully that's not too bad. All right, we'll move on here. That's fine. Okay. Okay, which one do I want to do next? Not that one. Okay, not that one. Okay, well that's okay. That's fine. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. All right, let's look at number 38. So, a wholesale food sales rep is paid a base salary of $1,200 per month plus a 3.5% commission on sales. How much sales must she generate in order to earn $35,000 per year in total compensation? Okay, so let's take a look at this problem here. Go. All right. So, what should we do here first if we're doing number 38, the one on the very top here? What can we do here first? do you think we could do here first? It's a couple steps to this one, so that's why we're going through this. Let's look at this carefully, okay? All right, let's look at this very carefully here, all right? So she earns $1,200 per month, right? Right, so subtract the total base for the rate for the year. That's correct. Good. So we're going to first do 1,200 times 12 because that's the base rate that she's getting regardless if she sells anything or not. So if we multiply 1,200 times 12, how much is she getting as a base pay? All right, 14,400. That's right. Okay. So since we want her to earn $35,000 in a year, we're going to take 35,000 minus 14,400 to see what the rest of the compensation for her needs to be. Okay. So if we subtract those from each other, what do we get here in this case? Okay. So that's correct here. 20,600. Perfect. Now, to kind of understand what's going to happen next, the important point here is the commission rate, which is 3.5% commission on sales. So what we need to do next here in this problem is we need to figure out 3.5% of what is going to be the 20,600 of extra money that she's going to be making here. So 3.5% of what, don't know what is, but 3.5% of what is 20,600. Now we can use the techniques that we talked about from before and set up this problem. So how can we do that here in this case? Let's set up this problem that we talked about in the last two guys there. Let's write 3.5%. How do we do that? Okay, 0.035 of means to multiply. Going to multiply by x. That means what is 20,600. Go ahead and divide by 0.035. All right, so we're going to plug that in the calculator there. And what do we get for x? Anybody got an answer for me here? let's go ahead and figure it out then. Okay, so we have here x. We're going to get a pretty large answer here, so that's fine. So you have $588,571.43. So the amount of sales that she made was $588,000 in goods and services at this food distribution place. All right. Any questions about that? Oops. Yes. Nice job, McGill. That's correct. Absolutely spot on. Okay. Good beans. Alrighty. Let's see here if I can find that. All right. I'm going to show you a little picture here. So here's a nice little picture here of a like a Kohl's, for example, a Kohl's like a discount kind of sale, whatever you want to kind of call it here. Take a look here in this case. All right. Let me go ahead and take a look at this here. If you take a look at this little sign right here, it says it's a site-wide deal, so it looks like it's their online component. You save up to 80% off plus an extra 15% off. Now, if you take a look at this here, what kind of percent off are you expecting here if you're a shopper? If you're a shopper here, what kind of percent off are you expecting with a sign like this or an advertisement like this? Let's go ahead and type it in the chat there. What's your expectation? Okay. That's right. You expect 80% off and then the extra 15% off. Some people expect, if they look at this, some people will expect 95% off on something like this. In action, oh yeah, you know this, then you know the business there, Ivan. All right. Now, in reality, if you look at this, yeah, right, 95% off. Yeah, you're not going to get 95% off because that's not exactly what this means. It says take up to 80% off, and then at the register, take another 15% off of that sale price. So it doesn't like add together like 80 plus 15. It's 80% off it's 80% off and then another 15% off. However, in fact, what's the minimum discount that you can get here? The minimum discount that you could get here if you see a sign like this is actually 0. You may not get a discount at all. Why? Because of the first rule. The first rule says you get up to 80% off. But look carefully. when it comes to wording in mathematics, they always try and fool the consumer as much as possible. Look at the words up to, right? You can get up to 80% off. Okay? So basically, I could put out a sign on my store and says, "Get up to 90% off everything in the store." I could maybe mark one item as 90% off, and then I don't mark any other of my items down. I keep them as regular price, and I wouldn't be a liar. Heck, I could have all the items as regular price, and I still wouldn't be a liar, because I say it's up to 90% off. What items are 90% off? They don't have to be any, because you're talking from a range from 0 to 90. In this case, up to 80% off would be a range from 0 to 80. So the words up to there is a way to entice shoppers to come into the store. They think that they're getting a big discount. In reality, they're not really getting a big discount whatsoever, because typically the 80% off items are usually the ones on clearance, and you know, usually those are harder to find than that of the other items that aren't marked down as much. The extra 15% off could be at the checkout. You get the extra 15% off on top of the already sale price. So if it's already marked down to say $2, you take 15% of $2 and then take off that discount there. So in actuality, you're not getting the 95% that you thought you would get. You're actually getting far less than that. So um, that's kind of the trick behind these advertising, and how people think that percentages necessarily stack, but not in most cases when it comes to, like, maybe in like an MMO, but maybe not in when it comes to shopping and things like that. It doesn't really stack the way you think it does. So yeah, retail's kind of a pain in that regard. I agree with that. Yes, that is exactly how you get an angry customer, because they don't understand the nuance behind the sign, because the nuance is there for them to come over and shop in the store. Like again, like the old saying, there's a sucker born every minute. This is exactly how you make a sucker. It's really easy. It's the same thing as if you've been to the it's the same thing as if you've been to the grocery store, right? If you've been to the grocery store, it's the same idea. The grocery store is completely designed as a psychological game against yourself, and it's entirely built around mathematical probability. Yes, me too. I mean, think about it this way, right? Think about it this way. Have you ever walked into a grocery store, right? It could be a Jewel or whatever, it doesn't matter, right? Have you ever walked into a grocery store, guys, and you're like, "Oh, I want, cookies and milk," but then you intend to spend like $10, and then you walk out with like $50 worth of stuff. How many times has it happened to you? I mean, I could raise my hand and be like, yeah, that's happened. That's happened a few times, where I'm like, I have an idea about what I want to buy, but then I walk out with a cart full of crap. You know, is that every time you go, right? Yeah, that happens really very often, right? You're just like, man, what happened? I only came here for like a couple items, but now I got 15. You're like, what the heck? All right, so you're probably wondering, well, how does that happen? How does it happen where you walk in and you walk out with more than what you bargained for? Well, a lot of that has to do with actually mathematical probability. A lot of that is mathematics and psychology, okay? Because that's what grocery stores will do to entice you to buy more items. Let's think of it this way. Have you ever walked into a grocery store? I'll show you how the psychology kind of works in some cases. Have you ever walked into a grocery store, and the first thing that you see in front of you once you walk into the doors is maybe you see a you know a 12 pack of Coke, or Chewy Chips Ahoy, or nacho cheese Doritos. Maybe that's the first thing you see. Maybe you see apples. All right, maybe because maybe you enter in the produce side. So you know why what's in common between all four of those items, you think? Why would you put why would you put those colors in, or those items, I should say? Think about the color of those items. What's the color of those items? Not sale price. That's not really all that's in common there. An apple's not the same as a Chewy Chips Ahoy bag. Think about it. You have nacho cheese Doritos. You have a 12-pack of Coke. You got apples. You know, Chewy Chips Ahoy. What's in common between all four of those items? There's only one thing in common between all four of those items. The price has nothing to do with it. You don't care what the price is about that item. Well, take the first part there, red. I like red. Snacks, no. Snacks have nothing to do with it. Zero. It's red. So apples are majority red, unless they're Granny Smith apples, then they're green. But typically the apples, they may show a red. Chewy Chips Ahoy bag is red. Nacho Cheese Doritos is a red bag. Okay? Those things are red. And red, by definition, usually in psychology, is what we call an impulse color. Meaning to say you will impulsively buy more items when you walk into the store. So you walk into the store and the first thing you see is red, your mind is like kind of switches over to impulse mode. Like, oh, I gotta grab this, and oh, I gotta grab that, and oh, I gotta grab this, and oh, I gotta grab that. Like that's an impulse color is red. So basically, they that right when you walk into the store, they're conditioning you to saying, oh, maybe you should grab a few more items. No problem, right? No problem. It's okay. That's fine. Same idea if we talk about yeah, it's a very vivid color. You remember those items, right? Absolutely, Miguel. So you go in there, you're like, oh man, this looks great. I'm gonna go grab some. Maybe they have a whole bunch of Oreos. Okay, you grab the Oreos. You're like very vivid, very bright colors. Fine, perfect, perfect. Think about it. Here's another one to think about. The meat and milk are all the way in the back. Why is that? Well, because you have to walk through the rest of the store to get to the meat and the milk, right? So you're going to be kind of, doing the side eye with, looking at some items that you may want to go ahead and grab and pick up. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab those, put them in my cart, and then, even though I may or may not need them, that's fine. It is what it is. That's okay. Yeah. Here's another one, Gustavo. Think about the 2 for 6 or 2 for 7 or whatever. When you see something that's 2 for 6, right, or 2 for 4 or 2 for 5 or whatever it is, okay, there's obviously a lot of twofers, or a BOGO, okay, buy one get one free, or buy one get one, so whatever, right? You buy more, you save more, but think about it this way, Ivan. If you got a 2 for 6, did you need the second one? If I got 2 bags of Doritos for $6, okay, and one bag cost me $3.29, or maybe it may cost me $3.29. Did I need the second bag? See, here's the convention. Okay, but here's the conventional thinking, right? Conventional thinking says if I need the second bag, the 2 for 6 is justified. If you didn't need the second bag, you just wasted $2.70 thinking that you saved money. When in fact you didn't, because you didn't need it. Right? So basically your own worst enemy in spending more money is yourself. So that's kind of like the question, right? You have to ask the question there. Is it necessary? Is it not necessary? Is it okay just to buy just one so you're not spending more to buy two? It's a comparison of what it's kind of like, oh my God, I got such a great deal, holy cow, and you're like, oh, this is so cool, and then you realize, oh, these cookies have been sitting there for like, a good 2 weeks not being eaten or whatever, and you're like, why did I spend the money on this? I don't understand. It's like getting 10 for 10 ramen packets. It's like, okay, I got 10 ramen packets, and unless you buzzsaw through those ramen packets real fast, you're not going to eat them all right away. You know, I mean, you could pick up some packets, but they're gonna sit there in your pantry for a while if you're getting other things to eat or whatever. So that's how grocery stores will get you. Actually, they'll get you even more. Like I remember when I used to live um, used to live north of Chicago here instead of a little west, um, little northwest. I lived in the northern suburbs there. Um, One of the things that they had was, if you've seen the organic aisle in the grocery store, right? They have all the organic foods, right? And of course, all the organic foods are higher priced, right? All the organic cereals and all that jazz. You've seen that before. In this particular Jewel, I remember that not only did that aisle specifically have different lighting to make it more enticing, okay, it made it like compared to everything else. Everything else, like, it had different lighting. That way it made it more enticing. You want to spend more money in that aisle because it's organic and things like that. But one other thing that was really important that I didn't pick up on until I heard about it is that compared to the rest of the regular acrylic floor that they had on the bottom, they had they had rubberized wood in that aisle. They had rubberized wood in that aisle. Okay, so, like, not even laminate, just like rubberized wood, cheap rubberized wood. And I'm like thinking, well, why would you put rubberized wood in that aisle? I mean, yes, it looks nicer, right? Because it's got that wood finish or whatever, right? You don't really care. But why would it be rubberized wood? And then when I saw what the reason was, I was like, oh my God, that's really clever. So the reason why they put rubberized wood in that particular aisle was, if you push a cart onto rubberized wood compared to acrylic, okay, on the regular old janky floor they got at the supermarket, if you push it on rubberized wood, that makes the cart go slightly a bit slower. And if it goes slightly a bit slower, that means that there's a higher probability that you may stop in that aisle and buy more goods in that aisle. No joke. So that's what they put the rubberized wood in there for. And I was like, oh my gosh, that is clever. Like, for real. I mean, it's the same thing with cameras in a grocery store. Same deal. Cameras aren't technically there to catch shoplifters. I mean, technically they are, but they're not necessarily there to always catch shoplifters. They're also there in a grocery store to monitor the behaviors of shoppers within the store. That way they can see what would be the best product placement for certain products, in order to give a higher likelihood that they're going to buy them. That's why the better products the cheaper products are always on the bottom shelf or the top shelf, but middle shelf is where the premium priced products are. So so it's actually really interesting that you can use mathematics to actually change a person's perspective on how they shop and how they buy things. It's very, very interesting. I could go into retail and how that how they change things as well. The very particular ways to get shoppers to buy more stuff. So, does anybody have any questions about that? Any questions at all? Yeah, one's not bad. No. Okay. Oh, right, right. That's this one. Okay. Actually, I might. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. In any case. All right. Okay. Yeah, that one there is okay. All right. Okay, so that is pretty much the end of chapter 4. Okay, so that is the end of chapter 4. Now I said I might do section 5.1. I think what I'm going to do here is, because everything kind of flows together in chapter 5. The first section of chapter 5 really is kind of like a nothing burger. So there's really not a whole lot in the first section here. It's the next two sections, 5.2, 5.3, that we really have to focus on. And then 5.4, 5.5 we'll be talking about as well once we get to that. Actually, for 5.5, especially the last section there, we'll be talking about direct measurements. So what I'll need to do is I'll need to go to campus and actually go grab something from the manufacturing lab. So I'll need to grab that. So we could show how to do micrometers and calipers. Oh yeah, that's what's on the docket there. So I don't mind going to campus for that. I always get a nice visual demonstration so you guys can see for yourself. Real things, yes. All right. You guys got any other questions from today? So I'm going to start with I'm going to skim over section 5.1 here. There's really not a ton to do in that particular section. I'll go over a couple problems there, but it's not a super huge deal for that. And then pardon me. And then we'll do the rest there. So shouldn't be that bad. So we'll get right into like sections 5.2, 5.3. We'll probably get to the end of chapter 5. We'll maybe get to the end of chapter 5 next time. Maybe. Even if I just did 5.1, I would still probably say maybe. So, but that's what's on the agenda here for next class. Okay, so that will take care of it for today. I want to thank you all again very much for coming out today once again. Um, if you have any additional questions, please let me know. Um, really quick, Miguel, did you get my whisper there? I want to be sure that if you got a, if you got the code there for MATLAB. Also, as a reminder here, if you got a temporary code, a temporary access code, uh, and it expired, you can't do the homework. So basically, you need to purchase a full access code. So did I mention? Yes. So for the test there, I'll be announcing it as soon as we get done with chapter 5, which will be next week. So it'll be a week after we finish chapter 5 is when that test will be due. So if you're in my 8-week course, that's when the first test will be due. If you're in my 16-week course, it will not be due for you just yet. Um, yes, that's what I mentioned there, Gustavo. Yeah, was the test there. So where is it? Here we go. Pretty sure I wrote it up here. There it is. Okay. Crap. I didn't mean to do So the test I'll make an announcement here next week in regards to that, like I said. But the due date will only apply to people in the 8-week class. Okay. So Miguel, you haven't gotten an access code there yet? I know we had the issue of I know, Miguel, we had the issue of you not getting the access code because I got my wires crossed. So oh, okay. All right, perfect. Excellent. Yeah, I saw that your access code, your temporary one, was expired. So, yeah, please be sure to put in the access code that you got. And I'm glad you got a refund for the wrong code. So, that's good that everything worked out on your end as well. So, I'm really happy to hear that. I just wanted to follow up because I wasn't sure about your access there because I hadn't heard anything in a little while. So, but I'm glad everything worked out. All right. Any more questions from you guys? You guys can ask me anything. Otherwise, just be sure if there's any more questions. Hey, no problem, man. No problem. No problem at all. I'm here to help. Oh, that's okay, man. It's all good. I was just worried because of all the hullabaloo. So, oh, no need to be sorry, my dude. It's all good. I'm just glad you're okay. That's all that matters. All right. Okay, so if there are no more questions here, I'm gonna. You have a question for ratios? Yes, of course, Ivan. I do have time. Naturally, of course. Go ahead. What's your question on ratios? I'll be happy to answer that for you. Okay. 204, number 2. All right, let's take a look at it. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the diameter of pulley A compared to the diameter of pulley B, and looking at the pulley ratio there. Okay. Well, that's fine. All right. So all you need to do is, in this particular case, you just need to look at the pulley ratio there. That's okay. That's okay. We'll go over this, okay? Um, let me go here for a second. Oh, wait. There it is. Okay, so in this case here, we're talking about a direct ratio or direct proportion. So for example here, if I did 16 over 6 and I wanted to find out what the pulley ratio is, here's a good way to go ahead and do that. This would be what we call, say, a unit ratio. So let me go ahead and show off what I mean. So we have 16 over 6 equals, and in this case here, if you take the 6 here, take the smaller of the two numbers, okay, Ivan? And if you divide that by 6, and you divide this by 6, so you divide both the numerator and denominator here by 6, then we're going to get 1 here on the bottom, and we'll just do 16 divided by 6 on the top. And so here we get 2 and is it 2 and 2/3? So we get 2 and 2/3, or 2.67 repeating on the top there. So 2.6 repeating here. Where okay, so that'd be like 2.6 repeating to 1 ratio. So basically this would be called a unit ratio. This would be called a unit ratio, if I can get it right. Sorry. So this would be a unit ratio here because we have a 1 here as part of our unit. Now, let me be a little bit more clear. What happens if they happen to be reversed? So take a look at letter I. All right, so letter I says you have the diameter of pulley A and the diameter of pulley B. So what we have here is we have some number here over 12.15, and somehow that equals the ratio here of 1 to 2.25. Once again, we're going to go ahead and just do the cross multiplication and then see what we get here. So we get 2.25x equals 12.15. We'll divide by 2.25. Oh, I did not put that there. Okay. All right, and then if we do this out here, you get 12.15 divided by 2.25, and so here we get 5.4 for that. So depending on what you use, depending on what's given to you here, try and convert one of them into 1, and then you'll have a ratio, a unit ratio here. So this is considered a unit ratio because you have a 1 to something or a something to 1. That is what we refer to as a unit ratio there. So that makes things a bit easier to kind of follow along. Even if I were to do this letter G here, like 8.46, I would have this. So I'll show you this one here as well. So here we have like 8.46, and then we have 11.28. What you could do here is literally, again, you could divide by 8.46 on the top and the bottom here. Okay. And then what we would get here on the top is 1, and then whatever 11.28 divided by 8.46 is, that'd be a calculator thing. So we get 1.3 repeating, or 1 1/3. Okay, so yeah. Okay, and then this would be a ratio for something like that. Okay, so you can see how we set that up is just basically based on what we see there for our unit ratio. Like these pitches or these things for like number 3, those are not unit ratios because they're not one to something. So I guess you could make it a unit ratio, but yeah. Would it be the same for F? Yes. Just convert the 8 1/8 into a fraction. So for that, you would have a fraction like this. So I'll show this off here for you. So if you figure out what an eighth is as do it as a decimal even. Do an eighth as a decimal because we know that has an equivalent decimal to it. So an eighth, so you're going to have 8.125 as the first one. That's 8 1/8, 125, sorry. And then 3 1/4 will be 3.25. And then you could divide, again, you could divide this by 3.25 on the top and bottom there. And you can see what you get there for that. So oh shoot, sorry, that's my face is covering that, my bad. So this would be 1, and so here we get 2.5 here. So 2.5 to 1 ratio is what we have there. So does that make sense now? I hope that makes it okay. Yeah, so that's the purpose of these problems here. We're still doing it the same way, it just wants it in a very particular way. That's all. Yeah, sometimes, now I'll admit this, Ivan. I'll admit this definitely for sure. That is, sometimes when you enter in certain answers, it doesn't like it in that manner. If you're not like totally sure about how that works, just go ahead and say show example. 7.2. Okay. Let me check something out here. Uh, I just want to check to see what it wants there. Okay. 7 to 2? Well, 7 to 2 is correct. Oh, okay. It is, my dude. But if you have questions, you can certainly ask me. I am a teacher. Well, professor slash teacher. Whatever you want to call me. Oh, okay. I think I see what they did there, Ivan, for that homework problem. I think they just wanted whole numbers. So I think they wanted like clean numbers instead of 3.5. So I think if you just multiply it until you get clean numbers. So if you did this, um, so yeah, I know that the homework. I know the homework just kind of does like super wants it things super clean. But if you wanted whole numbers there, just move it over one decimal spot, and you can have like I can teach up to calculus 1. So if you got a question, please feel free to ask. um, so if you have like, you can change this to 35 over 10, for example, by just multiplying it by 10. So you can just get whole numbers there, and then reduce the fraction down. And then if you reduce the fraction down to get it to nice clean numbers, um, then you can get 7 over 2 for that. So you get a 7 to 2 ratio for that. Yeah, I know that's a very particular thing. So if you're not sure about that, Ivan, hit show example and then just kind of look through the problem to see exactly what kind of format that they want you to put it in. Yeah, just make a note about that. Yeah, because it's even I'm not going to disagree. That's why I put unlimited tries, because it's like for the practice problems, because it's like, they may want it a certain way, and it's, it is kind of a pain. So yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue with you on that. You're correct. You got to meet my friend. You got a math question or question for me? Ask whatever. What are imaginary numbers? Okay. Imaginary numbers are pretty simple. Imaginary numbers are within the complex plane of numbers. Or, the definition of imaginary numbers, I, is equal to the square root of -1. Since you can't take the square root of a negative number, we actually call it the imaginary number, which is I. Alright, the square root of -1. I is actually cyclical, meaning to say, well, what happens if we take I squared, for example? If we square it, if you square a square root, that essentially eliminates the square root. So here in this case, if we take the square root of -1 quantity squared, where are you? There you are. Well, that square and square root cancels out. That leaves us with -1. Okay. Now, we can take this a step further if we do I to the third power here. I to the third power here is equal to, again, the square root of -1 squared, or another way to write it is I times I squared. if you actually do this out, I squared from what we know from before is -1, and you could multiply that by I, so we get minus I. Finally, if we do I to the fourth, I to the fourth here can be rewritten as I squared times I squared. So we can have this here. We could say, okay, well, that's going to be -1 times -1, but that's equal to 1, and then it cycles back to I, and then repeats that process over and over again. So basically, for imaginary numbers, they cycle through all the time. They'll always go by powers of 4, if you're doing multiplication with i's anyway. Also, i's are involved in complex numbers. So, complex numbers, what do those look like? All complex numbers are of the form a plus or minus bi. You can either add or subtract here. It doesn't really matter. But you have a and b can be whatever numbers you want at the end of the day. The real world meaning of I? It's just well, as I understood it, I is essentially a way to bridge the gap between the real number field and the complex field. Essentially, I is the way we can extend the real numbers to the complex numbers. Now, I haven't worked with the Euler formula, so I didn't get really too much into Diffie-Q and those kind of sort of stuff, so I haven't done that stuff in forever. So the complex field is everything that contains a plus bi plus the real numbers. Remember, you have the real numbers here, but the complex numbers is basically supersedes that. So essentially, the real numbers is a subset of the complex numbers, right? It's much the same as if I said the natural numbers. If you say, hey, the natural numbers are a subset of the integers. Yeah. Subset is like something inside of a set. So if I took everybody in your city and I took your house is a subset of the city because it's one house. All the people in your neighborhood, you are a subset also of the people of all the houses in your neighborhood, because that can be considered one big set, but you're part of that one little set. Or again, a bigger set would be maybe not just your neighborhood, maybe you live in multiple zip codes, so maybe it's like, okay, all the people who live in that one zip code. Or again, you can keep extending that out, all the people who live in that county, all the people that you can yeah, that's possible. Where is that? So if you had like basically it's like concentric circles, right? So if this is like the universe of all numbers here, right? And these numbers out here in middle of space could be like the transcendental numbers, for example. This is numbers like pi and e and stuff like that. So stuff like that is transcendental numbers. Those are kind of outside the realm there, but you could have like natural numbers start here, and then you could keep fanning out here. So if you had the real numbers here, right? So here are the real numbers here, but the real numbers is an entire subset of the complex numbers. So the complex numbers would be like, say, right here. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff obviously in the real numbers, right? We could talk about rational, irrational, all that stuff. All that stuff is contained within the real numbers, but the complex numbers here would be entirely surrounded by would be a set that contains the real numbers and all the other numbers in between. So, and then outside of the complex numbers, you have transcendental numbers of like pi and e and all that, all the ones that are not clearly defined by a complex variation. All transcendental numbers have all transcendental numbers are not real numbers contain real numbers. I mean, basically, the set, if you had transcendental numbers plus everything, then the real numbers are in that plus everything, if you want to kind of call it that. Transcendental numbers, though, that's a it's a separate story for them because they can't really be truly really defined. Like for example here, pi is like pi is a ratio, right, for the circumference. E is a unique number, so which I totally forgot how we get. I think I forgot. I know there's a way you can use. Remember for E there was it's like a series that you use to prove that E exists. So I believe that was a sequence or series. Forget off the top of my head. It's been 2 decades. So a way to kind of do it. Here's another way to kind of look at this meat. If you look at the real numbers here, kind of, yeah. So for example here, let's say this is the set of real numbers. Above the set of real numbers is going to be the real numbers extended by I, which is the imaginary numbers. This is equivalent to the set of complex numbers. Extended beyond that is the complex numbers, and if you extend that with like, pi or e or whatever, that set, the complex numbers are contained within this set. The real numbers are contained with this extension field and whatnot. So you can keep extending it out, right? So just like that. If you add things that are not contained in the ones before, you can extend it out further and make bigger and bigger fields when you keep adding an element. Yeah, I know I'm kind of generalizing here, but I hope it makes sense about how that works. I ain't gonna lie, but that's how I look at. That's how you're supposed to look at sets from like a from the abstract point of view. But that's how you actually look at sets. Is like one kind of extending off of another, extending off of another, extending off of another. Of course, it gets really complex the more descriptive you get. Even for me, it's probably way over my head at this point, but ah, yeah, that would be correct. Right. There's many more complex numbers than there are real numbers. But real numbers, by definition, are contained within the complex numbers. That's right. That's correct. That's a good way of putting it, if that helps. So the square root of -1 doesn't have a set definition, right? That's why we set it as I, the imaginary number. So there, in essence, that is what the square root of -1 is just I, a designation for it. It has unique properties associated with it, which is why it kind of gets its own deal. with the complex numbers having I in the imaginary plane, that's a whole nother plane outside of just X and Y, XY or XYZ if you're on a 3-axis plane. So that is a completely different plane, and that's used primarily just for the complex plane. So that's the designation that we use for the square root of -1. It does. It does, because it's another way of writing. Like, you can write 1 as I to the 4th, or you can write -1 as I squared. So technically you have, 2 ways to kind of equivocate. You can see, like, well, I squared based on that definition is -1. So, okay, that's certainly possible. Again, it's also useful in equations such as solving for roots within a polynomial equation. You may have imaginary roots. So, and that's because of the inflexibility of a lot of the rules. So if you did the quadratic formula, if you had a quadratic, then that could easily contain a negative square root in it. So then you have to factor in imaginary roots as part of the solution there. So you can't necessarily say it has no solution if you are including the complex plane as part of your possible results. Yeah, so it's just kind of adding in a few more bonus things, essentially. It's like playing bonus bingo. I don't really know much about that. Signal processing and whatnot, I honestly would not know. I think that's kind of out of my purview. I apologize, though. See, the thing about, at least for mathematics at the very least, Meet, is that it's it's really rigid, right? So there's been, like, thousands of years worth of math, and it's really rigid, like in terms of definitions and what works and what doesn't work, and things like that. So I'm sure that there's even more to discover, but it's yeah. Well, heck, uh, I obviously haven't explored all of it. That's natural. Um, yeah. So I mean, you have to work within that rigidity, and it's really hard to get out of that. No, I totally understand that. I totally understand that if you want to be an engineer, that makes perfect sense to me. You don't understand these things. I mean, if you're doing calculus stuff, I mean, yeah, you're gonna understand this. I know about the complex numbers, besides being an extension field off of the real numbers. Uh, Complex numbers used in polynomials. If you're talking about roots, as I mentioned here, complex numbers always exist in conjugate pairs. Okay, if you're talking about roots. So, for example, here, this is conjugate pairs theorem. So if a plus bi is a root, then so is a minus bi. So that's the conjugate pairs theorem. So you always get 2 for the price of 1 in that case. So conjugates are very important. They're not just used for complex numbers, but they're used in a variety of different ways, such as maybe verifying identities in trigonometry. You can sometimes use conjugates, not of complex numbers, mind you, but conjugates of an expression would be to just change the sign in the middle. What are roots? Roots are basically going to be the rational or irrational or complex numbers that effectively make a polynomial equal to 0. So if you have f of x here, say some function here or some polynomial equal to 0, the roots are numbers There we go. So the thing is that you're just trying to find out, what x values are going to necessarily make it 0. That's what you're kind of after there in that case. Because you have a distinct separation between real numbers and complex numbers, that's why it depends on the context that you work over. So if there's one confusing thing about math, is that some questions will require just like the real number solutions, and some questions will require both real numbers and complex number solutions. It's actually not so easy to see because some math books only deal with real numbers and some deal with both. I prefer both because then at the very least you know exactly what you're looking for. Um, but some cases it's like, okay, we only care about if we get like 1 I and minus I. Well, we don't care about the I or minus I. We only care about 1. Okay, so it's 1. That's it. You know, so I mean, that can happen in a problem like that, but I think you get the general idea. Because you have two separate designations, like the real numbers and the complex numbers are separate, then that's why. Yeah, that's possible. Let me switch books then. Let me get a good problem here. That's not the one I want to look for. Okay. 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 Let's go ahead and take a look at an example here. All right, let's see. So let's look at that's not the greatest. Okay, that one's okay. All right. I just want to start off with something easy, so I'm going to kind of consolidate this problem down to make it a bit easier to understand. There's kind of a lot of moving pieces that I'll be kind of going over here, but I'll try my best to kind of show off exactly how you would kind of approach this problem here, at least from if you knew those concepts there. So in this particular case, if we wanted to find the zeros of this particular polynomial, the way we would want to do that is we first look at the degree of the polynomial. The degree basically means is the highest power of the polynomial, that being 4. So this is a term that you may have heard before. So the degree is equal to 4. Now, if the degree is equal to 4, this also means that 4 is the maximum number of rational zeros that we can get. 4 is the max zeros. So when we try and find zeros of polynomials, we actually want to try and look at the rational field first, okay? So all those real numbers, we want to look at those first before we do anything else. And then from there, we may end up with complex numbers after that fact. So the question is, how do we find the rational zeros here first? Well, we're going to take a look at two numbers here. All right, cool. We're going to take a look at two numbers here. We're going to look at the last one here. We're going to call that P. And then the first number here, the coefficient in front of x to the fourth, call that Q. Now to find your possible rational zeros, and I don't say your actual rational zeros, your possible rational zeros. Yeah, no, cool. Your possible rational zeros here are going to be the factors of P, which is the factors of 15. Okay. And then divided by the factors of Q, which is the factors of 1, which is pretty easy, obviously, because 1 doesn't do much. So the factors of 15 here. People watch this, Lamau? You're watching this. So I guess yes. All right, so plus or minus 1, we get plus or minus 3, plus or minus 5, and plus or minus 15. So those are the factors of 15, straight up. And we got factors of plus or minus 1 on the bottom here. Okay. Yes, we will be using complex numbers here, but we need to get to that point first. So, but yes, we will be using complex numbers here. We just have to be able to get to that point. So now basically you divide each one of these and you divide them by 1. Remember, this stream is just to help out, so, and teach and help out. It's all about your guys' success and hopefully doing what you want to do later on. So we have 8 possible rational zeros, 1, 3, 5, and 15. All right. We take each one of these 8 numbers and plug it into the original polynomial to see if we have any winners. Now I'm going to kind of do this a little bit fast here. You can use a graphing calculator to help you out. But the two numbers here, I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit. We'll get 2 zeros here. We'll find 2 out of the 4 zeros. So the zeros that we find here are going to be specifically -1 and 3. Okay, so those are the 2 rational zeros that we found here using this test. And if you want to try it out on the calculator, just plug in -1 in for x into the original polynomial. You'll get 0. If you try 3 into the original polynomial, you're going to get 0. Okay. All right. Yes. So we're going to do what's called that's correct. We're going to do synthetic division here first. So we don't have to do the long division. We could just do synthetic division. So by doing synthetic division here, we're going to write down the number that we're dividing by, -1, and the coefficients of every term in the polynomial. This is where you have to be a little careful. This problem is a little deceptive for one reason, and that is, you see here we start with 1 for the x to the 4th column, but don't forget we also need to represent the x to the 3rd column. Even though there's nothing represented there, the x to the 3rd column needs to exist. So we need to put a 0 there to represent x to the 3rds. Everything has to be represented here when you do synthetic division. So we put -2 here, -16, signs matter here, and -15. If this works out correct, we should get a 0 remainder here by one of the properties that we are going to use. So we bring down this 1, we do 1 times -1, which is -1. We actually add straight down here, not, it's kind of weird. For synthetic division, we actually add straight down, not subtract. So we actually going to get -1 here. So we get +1 here, -2 plus 1, -1. We get +1 here. We get -15. -15 times 1, +15. So indeed we get 0 here as our remainder, which is exactly what should happen. Like any number that divides evenly, same thing for polynomials. Now what's nice about doing synthetic division here is that we can go ahead and use 3 here on the next batch of numbers that we just found from dividing out the -1. This is purely by design. We actually want this to happen. Okay. So I bring down the 1. 1 times 3, 3. I get 2. 2 times 3, 6. -1 plus 6 is 5. 5 times 3 is +15. And indeed we get 0 here once again. What was multiplied by -1? So I brought down this 1 here first. You always bring down the first number when you're doing synthetic division. So you bring down the first number, you take that 1, multiply it by -1. Then I got -1. I add straight down. I take 0 plus -1 is -1. Take that -1, multiply it by -1 again, I get +1. Add straight down again. -2 plus 1, -1. -1 times -1, +1. -16 plus 1, -15. -15 times -1 is +15, and if we add these together, we get 0 as our remainder here. Yeah, this method here is synthetic division. This is basically a way you can basically cut down long division between polynomials. That takes a little while to explain. So, but it is a method here that works in limited, synthetic division works in limited circumstances to make long division significantly shorter. But there are very strict associated rules into where you can use synthetic division. So that there are, yeah, look up synthetic division. Like I said, there are very strict rules about synthetic division. So you can use it in certain circumstances, but not every circumstance between polynomials. That's one thing. You can't always use the shortcut, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It's a nice shortcut, but it's not always applicable. In this case, it is very applicable. So let's take a look here, though, at the result. So I did this with the -1 and the 3. Now, if we take a look at the resulting polynomial, this 1, 2, and 5 that you see down here, this 1 here, let me rewrite the 1, 2, and 5 here. I know I'm kind of running out of space here. The 1, 2, and 5 that you see down here, this 1 here represents, we started with x to the 4th. We pared it down to the x to the 3rd. Then we pared it down to x squared. This is elementary school math. This is x squared. This is x, and this is your number. That's fine. So here we get x squared plus 2x plus 5. This is our resulting polynomial, and that's going to equal 0. Yeah, this is like college algebra. So even in your 9th grade, this is what you learn in like algebra, maybe GTA, geometry, trigonometry, and algebra. So, or maybe algebra 2. Oh, future kids, Star Trek, right? So we set up the thermodynamics to meet up with the tachyon pulse, and then I can put it on the deflector shield, and then make sure I can use the tractor beam in order to drag the Borg ship all the way back to Starfleet headquarters. So yes. All right. Now, let me go ahead and erase some of this because I need this space. So, all right. Well, no worries. It takes a little time. Like, everything is a construct in terms of numbers, so just a matter of where you apply it. Now, I'll just show you the last part of the problem here, because if it's a preview, then it's not too bad. So in this case here, one thing that I'm pretty sure that you've seen before, even at the 9th grade level, is you've seen the quadratic formula possibly in some capacity or form. Well, this is a quadratic because it has something squared plus something plus something. So x squared plus something something is being a quadratic. So essentially we're going to use the quadratic formula to see what our last two remaining zeros are going to be. Our quadratic formula here, I forgot that. Oh yeah, you're right. Thanks, dude. See, I mess up too. So negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. I think everybody's probably seen this at least. If you've taken math before, then you know this is like drilled into your brain. Do you teach us line integrals eventually? I mean, I can teach you in calculus integrals, yes. I mean, the integral, we could do the integral from 0 to 2 of 2x dx, right? So we could do that. But that's calculus 1. So that's all I could teach up to is calculus 1 because I haven't done calc 2 and calc 3 in a while. So I wouldn't be too confident to tell you that. Ah, that's close. That's close, actually. The answer to this would be x squared. X squared going from 0 to 2. Your answer here would be 4. So, nah, don't worry about it if you didn't get it. that's that's not your fault. Integral, oh man, no. Just no. Please, God, no. E to the minus x squared. Oh, that's brutal. That is effing brutal. Holy Lord. All right, let's plug some numbers in. We got 1, 2, and 5 here as our numbers. So put negative 2 plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4 times a times c all over 2a. I know my handwriting is utter trash, but well, that's okay. So, okay. So here we get negative 2 plus or minus. And in this case here, let me go ahead and erase all this stuff here because I need this space. Ooh, so much space, so little time. All right. Yeah, quantum mechanics, whoosh. I mean, I know the concept behind quantum mechanics, but man, I don't even know how you do super states and that stuff. That stuff is incredible. Like zeros and ones, like quantum computing, like 2 and zeros and ones simultaneously, and wow, absolutely bananas. But for those people who do know that, they're amazing. All right, so we have negative 2 plus or minus the square root of 4 minus 20 is the square root of minus 16. I think nobody knows. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I do. I'm just a schlub, man. I'm just a dude. If I told you something that I wasn't, then then that's the worst. That's like lying to you and telling you I'm. That's the one thing I actually dislike. I dislike being fake. I just want to be myself. So, yes, it is. That is true. It is indeed a complex number. So the square root of minus 16, just to kind of show you how that works, can be split up into the square root of 16 times the square root of minus 1, because you can split apart square roots there, which gets you 4i. Okay, so in fact you get negative 2 plus or minus 4i here over 2. Then you can just reduce this down by splitting it up into two fractions. So you get negative 2 over 2 plus or minus 4i over 2. Mitteln acht Formel in German. I'm going to take your word for it. Now, the Germans are like some of the OGs of math, so I can respect that. The Germans and the Arabians. That and the Greeks. Your Triforce of math OGs. All right, so there's going to be our last two answers here. As you can see, we get negative 1 plus or minus 2i. So we actually end up with our four answers here. So to basically solve for all the possible solutions, including the complex solutions, yeah. And the Indians. Yes. The Indians have made a lot of good progress in terms of, but I would say like the Indians came later. So the Indians came later compared to like the Greeks with Archimedes, or Germans, or the Arabic culture back in the day. Heck, you can even throw in the ancient Egyptians. They were really good with ancient math there. So what would it look like a graph in the real plane? Well, yeah, you wouldn't actually put minus 1 plus 2i in the real plane. You would just have two zeros at negative 1 comma 3. So if I were to like put that there, let me go ahead and show you what that would look like. So I'm just going to use this site here real fast. So let me oh, crap, lost the page. Where are you? Give me a second. Just lost my numbers there. 16x and 15. Okay. So this is what the graph would look like on the real plane. You would only have like two zeros represented, right? Minus 1 and 3. You actually wouldn't see the two complex numbers. But this is what the graph will look like there. I have four zeros, but two of them are complex, and two of them are rational or real. Or actually rational, I should say. I need to be more precise than that. So yeah, this is in the real plane with just x and y. So we don't have like a complex graph. That's totally different. I hope you're doing it right there. Okay, look, look, look. Okay, look. Okay, look. Let me point something out here. Okay, let's point something out here. Very, very important. Okay, extremely important. So I'll make this a bit bigger here. Okay, so you got, if you're gonna say that, okay, you got to do the hand thing. Okay, the Egyptians, they got it from aliens. Okay, you got to put your hands like this. It's always aliens, all the time. This is how you explain everything. Okay, the Empire State Building, aliens. Okay, the Sears Tower, aliens. All right, the Great Pyramid of Giza, completely aliens. Absolute QED, made by aliens. Always aliens. This is true. But if we do the hand gesture for aliens, I gotta come up with one for God. Let's see. God, like this. You like just God. It's just like, there you go. You got aliens. You got God. You got two hand gestures for separate things, right? It was about the gods. Oh, Mount Olympus. Oh, dude. Zeus was my homeboy. The gods created it. Apollo was a boss. Is knowing complex roots important? Yes, I would say. But who created God? God! God! Oh man! And who created aliens? God! uh, all the gods. This is just, the existentialism is real. Jeez. All of them. Now, mind you, everybody's got their own religious beliefs, and I respect them all. It's just, I'm just like, oh, okay. Try and find a reasonable explanation. But some people have, having faith is never a bad thing either, though. Nothing wrong with that. Is knowing the complex roots useful? Yeah, I mean, complex roots are used in several fields. So, I mean, how useful is it? It just depends on what you're doing and what you're going to be doing for for as an engineer. Is it going to be useful? Possibly. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say yes, and I'm not going to sit here and say no. Depends what you find useful. See, that's the thing. Is like, um, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, all right. If I'm gonna get perfectly honest with you here, the the ideation of college as it stands is pretty not great. I don't like college in its current incarnation. I wish college was more pointed to the things that you want to do. It's like you're telling me, hey, I know you're ninth grade and stuff, but it's like when you get to college and you're like, you tell me, hey, I want to be an engineer. And I said, cool, man, go be an engineer. Okay, what classes are relevant for you to be an engineer? And I agree, doing calculus 1, calculus 2, and all that stuff is perfectly important, right? Perfectly very important to do, and no question about it. Okay, there's certainly valid classes there. But the real question is that, do I need to necessarily, if you want to be an engineer, don't you want to focus on being an engineer? Right? Why do we need to do the extra elective classes that have nothing to do with being an engineer? I could totally understand if it was like relevant, it had importance or relevance. But like, it's like, let me take music appreciation class. And it's just like, Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I want to do with my career, so why am I paying extra money for a course that I'm doing? Life isn't all about work. Okay, true, but you are paying a lot of money to take that extra class. Essentially, you're trading that life doesn't think all about work, but let's think of this from a different perspective here, Mean. The first 12 years, up till when you graduate high school, are all about you being a well-rounded individual and knowing some of the ways of the world. Like by the time you should be done with high school, you should be prepared to at least enter society at a base level, which I think is perfectly understandable. But you don't need that once you're done with that, right? You don't need that. Do I know Kant? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Um, but that's kind of like my thing is like saying, hey, take the courses that are relevant to you, but not every course you're going to take is relevant. And I don't think you need to pay extra money because the fact that later on you're going to owe that debt once you're done with college and stuff. It really kind of makes me bad. It makes me sad about that. So, yeah, it just depends on what it depends on. Really, meet it depends on the district you live in. So, like the colleges around my area is like if you live in district around my community college that I teach at, then it's like 115 per credit hour. But see, that's money that could have gone towards something else. And if you go to like a university, like those first 2 years, like I don't know, you're paying $2,000 for a class that isn't going to be very relevant for what you want to do. I mean, that's my biggest problem there. If you disregard the cost, it builds well-rounded individuals. Yes, the issue is that do you need all the extra fluff? The problem is the cost itself. Do you need the extra fluff? And that's the thing for me is that the extra fluff is the cost for that extra fluff is way too much. And the rate of return for when you get out of college with a bachelor's or whatever, okay, it doesn't justify that cost. And that's my problem. If that didn't cost anything, I think I'd agree. I'd agree with you hands down. If it didn't cost much, if it had a reduced cost, and it wasn't like such a big burden to you by the time you got out of college, okay, fine, that's fair. I can roll with that. I can roll with an elective that is a fraction of the cost of your main college classes. Cool, I'm cool with that. But if it's the same cost as the classes that you're taking, you know, then that's the problem that I have. Yeah, unfortunately, cost has to be factored in, and it's a big burden to you guys. Unfortunately, I can't read German. Or I can't understand German, though I know it's German. Much respect, though. What does Google Translate say? That's No, traditions don't change easily. But if there's something that can be helpful for the new for millennials and everybody like that, in my opinion, it would be to make college a more pointed course. Like they do this in other countries. Like in Canada, they do like more correspondence courses, for like 3 years worth of correspondence courses that are pointed toward the major that you want to do. I know that because I saw that for myself when I helped out a friend up in Canada. So when I did that, I was really surprised about that because I thought, wow, he's going to spend 3 years, doing computer science. That was his degree. And if he wanted to, he could opt to do one more year at a university to get his full bachelor's. So um, I felt that, wow, that's a really good opportunity. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Uh, I thought that, wow, that's really good. I wish we could bring that to the United States. I wish we could have that as a great alternative to people who just want to do, training for a specific field. And if they want to take that extra step, they can. And if you imagine if you can combine that as what they do in the UK, where they do like an apprenticeship out of high school, like saying, oh, I got my GED in high school. Okay, now I can take that and I can do an apprenticeship program and get trained at the job that I may want to do and get that experience on my resume, rather than being blocked all the time from interviews saying, oh, you just don't have all the relevant experience. And you say, well, how am I supposed to get the relevant 3 to 5 years experience if nobody's given me a chance? So, and the crazy part is, here's the craziest part. The craziest part is you actually already see this in current US colleges. Thing is it's not heavily advertised. That's true. I like that. I would say in that case, with experience comes wisdom. With observation and wisdom comes enlightenment. You can guide yourself after that. I've made plenty of mistakes, but in a lot of ways, that's fine. Correct. That's right, Meat, and that's exactly what you should be experiencing in high school, is finding out new things that you may or may not like. And that is perfectly fine. You're at a stage, you're in ninth grade, where absolutely 100% you should be thinking exactly that way. The thing is, there's going to come a point where you're going to have to face the reality after that, right? That's the most important part. Oh, wow. It's like War and Peace right there. And I'm hoping that you do feel like it's a new world every day, but you also have to take the reality of the situation in front of you as well. That's why if I had a chance to change the system, I would change it for the better so you could see the reality of what you want to do. What's the reality of you wanting to be an engineer? Okay, let's show you what that reality is and see if you like it. If you like it, you continue to do it. If you don't, then you can always switch and you can always, do something different. I think that's equally as important because, the expectation is for kids once they're, getting into college is to either, study and get their bachelor's degree, or again get their education and start working right away. And it doesn't always work out that way, because a lot of times, from having worked in the system as long as I have, at the community college level, a lot of kids unfortunately get held back because of things that don't have anything to do with what they want to do. And that bothers me greatly. It's like, oh, I want to be a marine biologist. I said, so you're in my trigonometry class. Why? You know, why are you in my trigonometry class? You know, okay. You know, I don't get it. Yeah, the goal is exactly to make money. It's a business, right? I agree with that. I totally agree with that. So it's not like I don't like college. It's just don't like the way it's currently run in terms of how it's being viewed at a business, and it doesn't really take the student into account. In high school, it's in high school they do show you new things. The issue that I have with high school is that high school is a bunch of red tape and a lot of liability, and I'm not a big fan of that either. It won't let students really explore as much as they should have done, like I did in the past, like when I was in high school. Got a lot of chances to explore. I just feel that a lot of students don't get that same opportunity today because of all the legal red tape, and I think that's disappointing. True. I mean, yeah, that's the thing though, is that with like with famous figures such as Da Vinci or other people. So here's the thing. Back then, there was more to explore, right? Yeah, yeah, that's true. Back then, there was more to explore. Like there was things out there. You know, exactly as you say, there's distractions there too. Today, back then, there's more to explore. There's more to kind of see. Now I feel that at least for today's society, compared to say what was in the Renaissance or even kind of in the ancient times, there, you know, a lot of things have been explored and still remain. Some things, of course, remain to be discovered. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that's certainly valid, absolutely. um, but I think that more things today are more regimented, so meaning to say you kind of have to fit in a box, and it's kind of it's very difficult to get out of that box necessarily. Like people want you to have these skills and this thing, and it's hard to branch out and do this and that and the other thing. And that's why I kind of feel that way, is like if it's going to be that way in the working world, well, let's have you regimented at least toward that, so at least you have a chance to do something that you want to do with the maximum knowledge possible, you know. Kappa indeed. I feel that people want to distract themselves. I said be my guest. But if it comes at the expense of what you want to do, then we got a problem. There's a large problem there. It takes time to figure it out. Oh no, that's okay. It's okay. It's all good, my friend. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see, like, if you say, hey, I want people to explore too. It's just at the same time I got to look at it from the other point of view. Is like, um, what do I see in front of me? I see students that are kind of being left behind and kind of really struggling to kind of get out of the gate and get jobs. You know, it's very difficult. Oh yes, of course, please ask away. Just making sure about that. All right. Boop, boop, boop. Let's make that a tad bit bigger. Let's make this a tad bit bigger. Wow. Is there really less to discover or just more technical problems? Now, okay. Now, I haven't read Nietzsche or Schopenhauer. Um, Nihilism in general and antinatalism. I don't think I've heard of that before, to be perfectly honest. Maybe educated, but not super educated, mind you. Nihilism I've heard of though. Um, like I don't think I think I think it is. Nihilism is ridiculous. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I mean, to think everything's meaningless, I think is an extreme viewpoint. Then it's like then you get to a point. It's like, well, what am I living for? And it's just it's depressing. Well, I'll speak for myself and nobody else. But is that I've been in a I've been in a personal situation where I was depressed for a very long stretch of time, and I know how it feels to be to feel that way, where nothing seems worth it, and it just feels like nothing I do ever works out, and things like that. And um, then after some time, you know, yeah, after some time, it was after some time I found meaning. I found meaning in like doing this, doing teaching and stuff, and helping you guys, and helping you be better people. That to me was kind of like my calling. That helped me be a complete person. Then it's like, okay, there is a meaning of why I exist. I just am not just a person, just a schlub, just sitting here just doing nothing. I'm a guy that actually wants to do something productive and be able to contribute to society in some form or fashion. I mean, wouldn't you say that at the very least, if you look at it from that viewpoint, right? Yeah, yeah, I create meaning for myself, but at the same time, by creating meaning for myself, I actually contributed to the evolution of society as a whole, because it may not be, it may be a drop in the water, it may be very very small, or heck, not even seen by the naked eye, but at the very least the evolution of society can at least be progressed through a person like me in some form or capacity. I'm not sitting here and saying I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. By no means I am. But I will say this: I feel that there's a value in doing that nonetheless. At the end of the day, you have to create that for yourself. Yes, that's one thing I understood. Because if you don't, then you're always running in circles, and then you'll always feel, then you'll never get out of that funk that you're in. It'll never happen. Like the best words that I learned was, nobody can help you until you want to help yourself. If you want to help yourself, great. There are a lot of people, including myself, who want to help you. If you don't, I can't do a thing. In a wine barrel on the streets. I've heard of Diogenes. I will say this though. I will say this though, Meat. Um, in relation to that, I suffered from I suffered from depression for like 25 years. So I mean, I was I was there for it's been there for quite a long time. Thank you, sir. Um, but let me at least say this: um, wealth and fame and intelligence, those things, those heights that you want to reach, are completely subjective. Like, okay, let me put it this way. I'll sit here and tell you to this camera, and I'll sit here and tell you, by no means am I the most intelligent person. By no means am I the most wealthiest person. By no means am I the most famous person. I'm very happy about who I am, though. I'm very happy about, what I've accomplished. And it doesn't have to be, um, it doesn't have to be that way where you have to feel like you have to compare yourself to others. You do you at the end of the day. People who compare you to this, that, and the other thing, and I've been compared a lot, even with my own family. You're not making this much money. You're not doing this and that and whatever. Yeah, that stuff doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's what makes it's what you define yourself as. If you're not happy with yourself, do something about it. Okay? If you're not happy, the only person that can help you is you when you're ready. Okay? When you're ready and you say, hey, you know what? I think I need some help. There are going to be people out there like myself that are going to be wanting to help you because there are people out there who want to see what's best for you. I don't know who those people are in your life are going to be, but I sincerely, the ones that are sincere and the ones that are genuine are the ones who are going to reach their hand out to you. Those are the ones that you're going to have to look towards in order to get, and to say, hey, this is how I'm going to take my first step forward. This is how I'm going to do better. Is it going to come in a day? No. Nothing for me came in a day. That's not true. If I told you that I was great at math when I grew up, no, I wasn't. Okay, I failed math before. It's not like I'm not sitting here and I'm going to say, yeah, every human is worth the same. But the moment you decide to put your worth less than that of the person across from you, that means you're effectively putting yourself in a losing position. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a really good way of putting it. You're a human being. You make mistakes. You do bad things. Hopefully you learn from those bad things. You do great things. Hopefully you learn from those great things that you do. And you continue to do, positive things. What's a positive thing? A positive thing is completely subjective too, because it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes they may be difficult decisions. Sometimes they may be, sometimes they may be, sometimes they may be easy decisions. But you have your own moral compass. You have your own way of doing things. If society says you're wrong, then maybe you need to rethink and try again. Think about your actions. Do something about your actions. Are you going to make the same repetitive mistakes all the time? Yeah, of course you are, because we're only human. We have different habits, we have different things. But are you always progressing to be a better individual at the end of the day? Yeah. And you know what? When you do, when you do, that gives your life meaning. That gives it a complete meaning because you've always worked toward that goal. And you'll never stop working toward that goal. It's a goal that's basically doesn't have an end. And I think that's okay. And you should think that's okay too. You don't have to be perfect to be a good genuine person. Look, meet if you want to come over to my stream and you say, "Hey, you know what? I'm not doing so well at pre-algebra." You come ask me. I'll be happy to help you. No questions asked, okay? When I do this stream, it's to teach my classes. That part is true. But any extra time that I have, if somebody needs my help, I'm here to reach my hand out and say, "Hey, I've been in those places before. I've been on the struggle bus. It hasn't been very nice. It's not a nice feeling, but there's a way you can step up and get better. It's not the end of the world. It can be better." You know what I'm really happy about though? I'll be perfectly honest through just talking with you. You know what? No, hey, that's okay. Hey, that's okay. No need to apologize. Everybody has an opinion, and you're very respectful with yours. No need to apologize about that. You know what I'm really happy about though, Meat. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Is that once you recognize that there's something that you can improve upon, and you think about the ways you can help yourself, that to me is positive progress. Just by talking with you on this stream. And I know this is like the first time we've ever met, but it doesn't matter. To me, that's positive progress in the right direction, is you making a recognition within yourself, to say, hey, maybe, this is, I got to do the hard thing and I got to get better. Okay. That's just the first step to doing better. And that's all that matters. You're willing to take that first step and keep moving forward? Awesome. Whatever works at the end of the day. Well, thanks. Look, if there's any concepts you want me to go ahead and go over, pre-algebra, algebra-wise, what I taught you is like a kind of a college algebra concept. So there's a lot behind the scenes that I would have to show you. So I'm sorry for generalizing it a little bit more than really what it should have been, but because there's kind of a lot of questions behind that fact. But yeah, I know. First of all, I appreciate your kind words, and secondly, think of it as like kind of saying, hey, there's a chance that there's a hope that, and not even a hope, there's a fact. Now let's not even say hope. There's a fact that you can understand this material. How old am I? Oh, at meat. Sorry, my bad. How old am I? I'm old. Yep. Nice. He has a lot of time to understand the world. This is true. I agree with that. But I think that there's always times where you come to a crossroads, and those valuable experiences that you learn now can certainly carry over long term. I'm glad that today is possibly one of those days. That's the most important part. Your age doesn't matter. What matters is that when you come into this stream, there's one thing that I will take for granted, and that is you are an adult when you come into this stream. If you want to act a fool, I will treat you like a fool, because I go with the golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated. You're respectful for me, trust me, I'll be respectful back. That's generally how it works. In my eyes, you're an adult. Even at the age of 15, it's like, okay, if you want to better yourself, if you want to do good, hey, trust me, there are other people here that'll see you as an equal and want to help you. I'll be one of those. Best part about wisdom is it can be gained at any moment, at any time, at any age. I'm so sorry. I don't need to get paid for it. Nah, I just rather help person to person. Tell your mama I apologize though. I didn't mean to keep you up until 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Listen to your mom. Please do. You can tell her directly from me. Be like, hey, I wanted to apologize to you for keeping you up late. Me, I'm from the Chicagoland area. I've lived here for quite a while now. I used to live overseas for a little while, but then I came back. Yeah, Germany, almost 4 a.m. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't mean to keep you awake either. Holy cow. Now I feel terrible. Man, I'm keeping everybody awake. Shoot. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Oh, no mother to tell you to go to bed. I don't want to keep you awake for hours and hours and hours, so I don't know if you got work tomorrow or not, but just depends. I hope things are going well in Germany, though. I know things have been rough since coronavirus and stuff like that. So I'm really wishing you for the best there, and hopefully things will start calming down soon. I think everybody in the world wants that, you know. So I know Germany has been kind of a hotbed of a lot of activities. So you know that's good. I'm really happy to hear that. Germany as a country really needs a reprieve of a lot of things. I mean, first is economic crisis, then there was the whole immigration thing, and then there's oh man, then there was money trouble, then there was the EU breakup with the UK. Oh my gosh, it never stops for Germany. Oof, it's brutal for you guys. I just hope you guys will get a chance to. Hopefully, the country gets a chance to just sit back and relax. Going through one stressful situation after another as a country. Oof, it's really tough. Germany, yes, I agree. Germany is strong. No question about that. I agree with that. That's a good attitude to have. Germany is very strong. And I think that's a great thing. No question about that. All right. What do I got here? Okay. You know what? Well, I'm just gonna say this, my friend. If you say so, I'm gonna believe you because you're there and I'm not. And I definitely would agree with you. You know, I'm not. You're on the ground over there, and there's no way I'm gonna deny that. If a Ger- Hey, look, if a German fellow such as yourself tells me, hey, you know, hey, things are good, I'm gonna believe you. No problem. You'll know better than I will. Oof, excuse me. All right. Oh dear. Wow, it is actually getting late for me too. I didn't realize how late I actually stuck around. Holy moly. Uh, you know what? It's a fair point of view. Nothing wrong with that. You have your reasons for thinking so. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Far from it for me to question those views at this moment in time without more information. So, you know, my information may come from the media and stuff, but I think quality information always comes from people on the ground, the local population. I could tell you about how things are in the Chicagoland area, no problem. But yeah, I couldn't. For me to say, oh, I'm the expert on German politics and Angela Merkel, and all right, good, good stuff. You know what Margaret Thatcher looking dress is Angela Merkel gonna wear today? Maybe that's the only thing I know. I mean, honestly, I have no idea. So, I mean, the heck if I know. I honestly just don't know. All right, my friend. I think it's time for me to sign off for today, because I gotta go pick up some stuff from the grocery store. I better get there before it is. Better get there before I run out of water. So that'd be pretty bad. Um, but I do want to thank you for coming on the stream today. I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciate the kind words. It's very nice of you. And thank you again for the wonderful conversation. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. I know that for sure. I will be on tomorrow doing another 3 classes. So if you see me online, hey, please come on by. No problem, okay? You're always welcome. All right, time to head out for the day. Thank you very much again, everyone. Please take care of yourself, and I will see you all, well, either on Monday or tomorrow. Have a great one. Have a great night. Take care of yourself. All right, we'll see you later. All right, bye.